being that it is 6:30, I'm going to call the order. This is a regular meeting, January 13th, Montague School Board. It is 6:30 p.m. Can we have roll call, please?
Ms. Vogel?
Here.
Mr. Bauer?
Present.
Mr. Berglund?
Here.
Ms. Christman? Yes. Ms. Holstein?
Here.
Ms. Bennett?
Yes, here.
Mr. Plotkin is absent.
Okay, thank you. And can we all stand for the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of the Montague Township School District is to provide the best educational experience and opportunities resources allow in order to realize the potential of every child. In accordance with the New Jersey Sunshine Law, a legal notice of this meeting has been posted on the official bulletin board of the school and advertised in the New Jersey Herald and the Sunday New Jersey Herald. We're going to announcement for executive session. Be it resolved that the Montague Township Board of Education recess and proceed into executive session to discuss personnel and/or legal matters. Action may or may not be taken. Motion to open executive session. A motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll move to executive session. We'll be returning at 7 p.m.
We're just gonna wait for Danielle to come in.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn executive session.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Time of adjournment, 7:29. We're going to move to the CSA report. First, I'd like to say, Mr. Capone, I recognize that during executive, you did just tell me that you emailed me, and I will acknowledge to the public that my district email is not set up yet because I have difficulty operating with Google. However, I'm going to continue with this particular recommendation. As per my email on 110 and 111, I requested that the chief school superintendent report be itemized with topics and details on the agenda. This is to inform the public and the Board of Education to allow them to give items of business careful consideration. When they are left blank, the public and the Board of Education do not have the opportunity to review the agenda items that you're going to discuss. Therefore, I am making a motion to the board for Mr. Capone to include, or the chief school superintendent, whoever that may be, to include a detailed itemization of the CSA report on all board agendas going forward from this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Barb, did we reopen the meeting? We got a motion to reopen it.
I'm sorry, I did close executive, I forgot to open it, and as I said, it's a learning curve, and Dale, I appreciate your experience stepping up there, thank you. So I will move back to make a motion to reopen the public session of the meeting.
So
Second it. Thank you both. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is open.
Okay.
So now we'll move to the CSA report that I was just reading about. And I'll repeat what I was saying for the record so that it's done properly in open public meeting.
Just to be clear, you're amending the agenda right now to take a specific vote. That would be prior to any public comment. And I also believe that this would fall under policy.
It's simply a request for an agenda item.
I don't know if that's correct.
Push the button.
There's nothing wrong with making the motion right now. I mean, it's not an agenda item. It probably is better to do it under new business.
Okay, I'll move it to new business then. Thank you for the recommendation. Mr. Capone, do you have a CSA report?
I do. I was actually able to move up the New Jersey school boards for the ethics training. So Ms. Hellowa is here to provide us the ethics training. Kathy?
Hey, thank you very much for having me. I did send a PowerPoint presentation that I'll use for this evening, so thank you for setting that up.
Ms. Holloway, if you could please use the microphone there. It does come off the stand and that way the public can hear you clearly.
I won't be touching it, but everyone can hear me okay? Wonderful. Thank you very much for having me.
I don't think it's on.
Can you hear me now? You don't think it's on? I'll let you adjust that. I don't like to touch other districts, believe me.
Test. Good.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Again, my name is Kathleen Helwa. I am your field service representative with New Jersey School Boards Association. And our association exists only to support you. We are not regulatory. We have no authority. We are here to provide mandatory training for board members and professional development for board members. And we do that in a number of ways. And for me, myself, if you have any questions about good governance practice or sportsmanship, I'm happy to be a resource. Give me a call or an email. I'm always pleased to serve Montague. And some of the things that we do is we come out to districts and do presentations from time to time upon the request of the superintendent or the board president. So thank you very much, Tim, for calling. And it just so happens that I could come tonight, which is so rare. But I'm very pleased to be here. And we're going to talk about the School Ethics Act. And at the outset, I'd just like to state very clearly that I am not an attorney. But due to the nature of my job, I'm very much steeped in the Ethics Act. So if you have questions on it, on the presentation this evening, you can ask as I go through it. You can ask later, tomorrow, next week, give me a call. But you also have other resources. We do have a legal department at NJSBA, so if I can't answer a question or if it really should come from an attorney, we can ask one of the, our legal team or your board attorney is another excellent source for information on the Ethics Act. So could you advance to the next slide? This package, this PowerPoint, by the way, is going to be, if it hasn't already been emailed to you, so this is a reference for you. There's a lot of information here. I don't expect everyone to absorb it all at once, but it is very important. So I'm pleased that you'll have a copy of this. You also have in your packet, by the way, before I forget, a paper called the Acknowledgement of Receipt. I see Paul's got his printed out right there. Sign that and get that to your board secretary, and you'll have a record that you've had this conversation as per your QSAC requirements, right? So why do we talk about this? Well, the School Ethics Act is a piece of legislation. It is a law that board members, that school officials are beholden to. It's not the only thing that we're beholden to as board members. We also need to follow the Open Public Meetings Act, for instance, your own bylaws, Robert's Rules of Order. But the School Ethics Act is the unique piece of legislation that I will be discussing tonight. And it really is, honestly, at the end of it, it's about holding the respect and confidence of the people who put you here, right? The people who elected you to serve on the dais, right? So not only do we need to follow these minimum standards, but we also need to ensure that we do not create a justifiable impression among the public that their trust is being violated. That is right from the text of the law. In your electronic resources, you do have a copy of the entire School Ethics Act. I believe it's about 4 pages, all sorts of legalese. I'm not going to read it to you, but you should be reading it at some point during the board service, but we're going to cover the material that the tenets of the Ethics Act in this presentation. And you can advance to the next slide. I've said this before, and I've been saying it all week. The Ethics Act really is a board member's best friend. Even as dry as it is, as specific as it is, that's part of the beauty of it, right? Because every board member, charter schools, public schools, we are all beholden to the same minimum standards, regardless of where you're from, whether you're from Patterson or Lafayette, whether you're from Sandiston or whether you're from Cape May. Everyone is beholden to the same set of standards. So I think that's really very useful. We can advance to the next slide. But for all of that, not only is it useful, it's necessary. And it doesn't only impact individual commissioners, but it also impacts your QSAC score if you don't follow the tenets of the Ethics Act. And there's so much effort into a district getting a good QSAC score. It really is a shame for the board to fall down on the governance portion. But you do need to ensure that you fill out your disclosure statements. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And you have to have this conversation among the board, accept the code of ethics once a year. You can advance to the next slide. The legislation established these 5 things. It established the disclosure statements that come from Trenton. When you are elected, NJSBA doesn't have anything to do with that. That's the School Ethics Commission, so it's sent to you electronically. You do need to fill it out and get it back as soon as possible. You disclose your sources of information, of income. Training requirements for board members. School board members in New Jersey are the best trained school board members in the country, but that means that there are mandatory requirements for your first year, your second year, your third year, and each time you are reelected. The Ethics Act also has the Code of Ethics that was added to it in 2001 for school board members. We'll talk about that in detail. And it also laid out what conflicts of interest are. And that can be a little gray, what conflicts are. So oftentimes we get questions on that. Sometimes we have to give those over to the school board attorney because they know the nuances of the district better than us. And sometimes we do have to directly ask the School Ethics Commission for clarification on the possible violations of the Code of Ethics or possible conflicts of interest. And the Ethics Commission is the body that you are beholden to. They're the Ethics Act police, you may say. You can advance the slide. This I'm not going to go through, but this is a great resource for you to have. This lays out what kind of training you'll be responsible for throughout your service. You can advance. But the Ethics Commission itself, as I was just mentioning, this is the body, okay? Just so that you know, it's a 9-member board. They meet monthly. Used to be in Trenton, but I do believe that they are meeting somewhat remotely. We're in a hybrid method currently. And when it is fully staffed, and those who are appointed to it are appointed at the pleasure of the governor, it comprises 5 non-school officials, 2 school administrators, and 2 school board members. So if you look at those numbers, I think what's really illuminating is that 5 of the people who sit on the commission have nothing to do with public schools. They don't administer them. They do not oversee them as board members. So they are members of the general public. So when the commission is hearing complaints, issuing advisory opinions, I think that's something kind of interesting to keep in mind. That being said, the commission is not fully staffed. It has not been fully staffed for many years, although we're doing pretty good. Instead of being down to 5, which we were at one point, we now have 8 members. The open seat is that of a school board member. So there's only 1 board member who is serving on the commission right now, and has been for many years. That seat's been open for a long time. Also something kind of interesting to keep in mind. You can advance to the next slide. So how do they do their work? By 2 methods, really. They issue advisory opinions and they issue ethics complaints. They decide on ethics complaints. There's a big difference there's a few big differences between the 2. I'm just wondering if anyone has any thoughts or ideas on what those differences are. I'm talking an awful lot, and I've been to Montague with this material. I think it's familiar to some of you, but it may be brand new to some of you for the first time. So any ideas on what the difference is between an advisory opinion and an ethics complaint? Anyone?
The advisory opinion is where the school board seeks the School Ethics Commission before a decision is made so that they can get the advisement of the School Ethics Commission. A complaint is actually filed when the violation is believed to be committed or...
When the horse left the barn,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
And basically that is then filed in, and the School Ethics Commission makes a determination. From their determination, they either send it to an ALJ or they issue a censure or reprimand, whatever they
An
do.
administrative law judge where they make the decision. Exactly. That is a very big difference, and that is absolutely key. An advisory opinion is advice on behavior that's either current or being considered. And that is just as simple as writing a letter to the commission and sending it in. There's no special form or real special procedure. You can ask for an advisory opinion about yourself or about a fellow board member, okay? You cannot ask for an advisory opinion about someone who is a school official in a different district than your own. So even if you're reading the newspaper and there's a lot of interesting things going on in Patterson, you can't ask for an advisory opinion about Patterson, only Montague. The other thing about an advisory opinion is it's never punitive, it's advice. Even if the commission advises you that the behavior that is being undertaken or considered is in violation or would be in violation of the Ethics Act, they just advise you of that fact, and they trust that you're going to either cease or not consider the behavior anymore, right? So it's never punitive, it's just advice. The other interesting thing about advisory opinions, which is different from the ethics complaints, decisions on those, is that when these are issued, right, and it's basically a return letter to the person who asked for it, giving the advice, addressed to you, signed by the president of the Ethics Commission. The board itself, the School Ethics Commission itself, may deem that the advice contained in that advisory opinion would be useful to other school officials. So, if 6 commissioners agree, those decisions may be made public. And they are made public by the method of publishing those advisory opinions on the Ethics Commission's website, which is part of the DOE's website. We have a slide at the end that gives you these web addresses. It's a really interesting place to spend time, okay? Not every advisory opinion that the Ethics Commission issues will be published. As I said, 6 commissioners have to vote to publish it. Once it is published, it's scrubbed clean. You don't see the details of who asked for it or what district it came from. Any kind of identifiers are wiped out. So, you're not quite sure where it came from, but the advice contained therein is something that everyone should follow, right? And school board attorneys, our legal department, this is how we get guidance when people ask us questions. Is this a violation? Would this be allowed? Look to past advisory, right? And those are published on the Ethics Commission's website. Ethics complaints are a very different ballgame, okay? Again, as Barbara mentioned, this is actions that happened in the past that angered someone. They think you did something wrong and they are complaining about it, okay? So they file a complaint. It's a very specific procedure. Everybody usually lawyers up, right? And these go through an awfully long process, right? As with an advisory, it usually takes about a month, maybe 2 to get, right? But an ethics complaint can drag on for years. And also, an ethics complaint, if you are found to have been in violation of the School Ethics Act, that is punitive, okay? Sometimes they are dismissed, oftentimes they are dismissed, but if they are not dismissed and a violation is deemed, then there is going to be a penalty. And these ethics complaints, whether they were dismissed or if a violation was found, these are on the Ethics Commission's website once the final decision has been made, and they are not scrubbed. You see names, you see districts, you see all of the details that are right on there for the whole state or anyone who wants to visit the SEC's website for them to see. Advance to the next slide. And here are the penalties, okay, that's involved. I said it is punitive if a violation has occurred. What happens is the commission decides the penalty, and the commissioner of education either affirms it or adjusts it in some way. And here are the levels of penalty. It starts out with a reprimand, which is really just kind of almost a private letter between you and the commissioner of education that you've done something wrong. Then we move up to a censure. A censure involves the board president needs to read a statement at the dais that one of the members has been found in violation of the School Ethics Act and why. A suspension is also something that is at the the Ethics Commission's disposal to put to the commissioner for approval. So you can get thrown off your board for an amount of time, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. 6 months. Yeah, it varies. It honestly varies. But in very severe cases, removal is something that could be a result. And that has happened. Again, the commissioner has to sign off on these, but this is what the commission can recommend. The other thing that you should know is that there's no money involved with these particular penalties. However, if you file a frivolous complaint, you could be fined for that. Now, I will tell you, probably some of you are aware that if you file a complaint, the respondent, the first thing they do is they say, oh, motion to dismiss, it's frivolous, right? And most of the time, they are not deemed frivolous. But this year, there was a complaint that was found to have been frivolous and did carry a monetary penalty. I had never seen that before. And I'm not sure when the last time the Ethics Commission might have done something like that. It's on their website. It came out of the Bloomingdale School District. And just so that you know the story, because I think it's very interesting, there was an acting superintendent and a board member. There was bad blood between them, honestly. They never really got along. And so when the internal person rose up to fill the acting superintendent role, his first night on the dais, board members started in on him, asking all sorts of questions, and did not vet them with the acting superintendent before coming to the dais, which is a best practice, absolutely. It really should be something that board members do. It should be in your wheelhouse. If you have a question about the agenda, you go to the superintendent beforehand to see if the answer can be provided before you come to the meeting, right? Board member didn't do that. Was asking questions that the superintendent could not answer. The superintendent was embarrassed, right? It was probably a very ugly meeting. I wasn't there, but
It was bad.
yeah, you can kind of.
Carl Chansky did the article. I read it.
Okay, well, then you probably realize that that was found, that the superintendent, acting superintendent filed an ethics complaint against the board member. Because he was embarrassed, right? It was bad board behavior. At least in his opinion, right? I wasn't there, but I will tell you, not all bad behavior is covered under the School Ethics Act, whether that was bad or not, right? And there's lots of examples of bad school board member and bad superintendent behavior and bad business administrator behavior that is not covered under the Ethics Act. And the commission only rules on what's in the Ethics Act. They found that that was a frivolous complaint, that board members certainly could ask questions at the dais, right? And if that results in embarrassment, that's not anywhere near a violation of the Ethics Act, especially in that particular case, and they fined the superintendent $100. I don't know where that $100 went or what they used it for, but yeah, there's $100 sitting in the SEC's bank account somewhere, I guess now, so it's kind of, but it's interesting. You know, every year there's something interesting going on with the commission, and that was one of them for this year. And you could advance to the next slide. This is their work. Aside from that particular decision that I mentioned, they drafted 21 advisory opinions this past year. Only one was published, only one out of 21, which is regrettable. I'd love to know what the other 20 said. I'm not quite sure why they're, you know, I'd certainly love some guidance on social media, I'll tell you that. But we didn't get that this year. There were 22 cases after try after try after try, 22 board members out of the 5,000 in the state of New Jersey who did not complete their mandatory training, and 8 of them were thrown off their boards. And how many, let me see, 4 of them were suspended for a month, and the others were issued a reprimand, right? So you take your mandatory training very seriously. And as a little aside, I mean, it's not so surprising during the pandemic year, but every year on December 31st, New Year's Eve, people are going crazy trying to get their training done. Our servers overload, and they don't get them done. You know, there's some kind of a technical issue, and they're in violation of the Ethics Act. Don't do that. Get them done. Get it done as soon as you possibly can. And then the other, the violations, right, the juicy ones, 24 of those were decided upon this year, and 20 were dismissed. So yes, the vast majority of ethics violations are dismissed, right? 4 of them, however, carried penalties that were recommended. And we'll talk about those later on. You can advance. This was the advisory opinion, okay? Unfortunately, it may have been a bad year for superintendents as far as the Ethics Commission is concerned, because this is a very interesting one. If you read the language in this, you read it, it's on the website, it's downright snarky. The commission was getting a little snarky, but the request was admittedly a little bit kind of interesting, and it was worded in a very interesting way as well. The superintendent had a sister-in-law who worked in the district. Under the Ethics Act, that is a conflict, right? You can't hire someone belonging to the superintendent or a board member, but you could appoint a superintendent, you could hire someone even if their relative works in the district. A board member can be elected to the board if their relative works in the district, right? So they're kind of grandfathered in. This person, the relative, was a cafeteria aide, and the superintendent wanted to promote her to secretary. His attorney told him, that would probably be a violation of the School Ethics Act, but he wasn't really happy about that, so he wrote the commission directly. And the commission said, no, you know what, this would be a justifiable impression of violating the public trust. You can't do it. And if she's free to work somewhere else. It's very interesting. So that was the advisory opinion that we got in 2020. We can advance to the next slide. But most of the, in fact, the decisions that came down after that, with one exception, successfully alleged violations of the Code of Ethics. And this is usually where, penalties are found. Some kind of violation of the Code of Ethics, which is embedded in the law, is subsections A through J, right? So let's go through those together. And again, this is in your packet, so this is a good reference for you all. And I'm sure that a lot of these are familiar. Certainly they are familiar to us, right? So I'm not going to read every little detail, but I will tell you A is pretty easy, right? You'll uphold or enforce all laws or regulations, from the legislature, from the State Board of Education, from the courts. If you're told to do it, you do it, right? And subsection B is on the next slide. This one's my favorite, honestly. This is really, this is a beautiful one, right? This speaks to the reason why you're serving, or at least it certainly should. It certainly should. That as a school board member, you will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children. And you will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, their race, their creed, their sex, or their social standing, okay? My favorite word in there, this is one of the shortest, all, right? It's as simple and as complicated as that. But that is why you serve. If you are not looking to do this, and you are drawn towards public service, but this does not resonate with you, you may not be serving in the right way. You may not want to be serving on a school board, quite frankly, because that's what we do. And we can advance to the next slide. Also, the job description continues here with subsection C, that as an individual board member, you will confine your board action, okay, which is when you sit at the dais, to policy making, planning, and appraisal. Those are 3 of the 4 responsibilities of the school board, right? The other one being communication, but the Ethics Commission doesn't care that much about communication, I suppose. But policy making, planning, and appraisal is embedded in the Code of Ethics. That's what you confine your board action to, and you will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. A perfect example of that is public comment on agenda items, right, before you vote. And that's how you fulfill C. But I also want to make note that you will confine your board action, right, to policy making, planning, and appraisal. What that means is that your authority is only in play when you are at the dais, right? When you walk away from the dais, when you are not voting on policy or planning or appraisal or some kind of, or agenda items, you do not have any authority. No more authority than any other member of the general public. It is only when you are voting on agenda items as a quorum of the board or greater in a legally constituted meeting that you have any power or authority at all. Okay, that's important to keep in mind. And we can advance to D. And it dovetails really neatly into subsection D, which is that you will carry out your responsibility together with your fellow board members, okay? So it's never one person, okay? It is the board. It is the board that makes these decisions. And those decisions are not to run the schools, but to see that they are well run. D gets violated all the time, even though your trusty field service rep says it every day, about 7 times a day. All of NJSBA programs we talk about it. Our lawyers talk about it, your lawyers talk about it. For some reason, it takes a little time for board members to see this. But this is one of those parts of the code of ethics that, again, I love because it takes a great weight off of you and it establishes you as the visionaries of the school district, right? That's the reason why a school board can be made up of lay people, right? You don't have to have a career in education. You don't have to have an advanced degree to serve on a school board. You have a superintendent to run your schools. You give him the what, and he takes care of the how, right? And we can advance to the next slide. E, as an E gets violated all the time also. And that is where, you'll recognize that authority, again, rests with the Board of Education, and it's a majority vote or more to do anything. And you will make no personal promises nor take any private action, action away from your board duties that may compromise the board. There's a lot of bad behavior out there. There's a lot of violations of E. You'll find them all on the school ethics website. They make for interesting reading. You can go to F, which you probably don't need to spend too much time on. Do not be the ball carrier for any independent group, especially a political or partisan group, right? Any kind of special interest group, you use your independent judgment when you're voting on items. That's why you're here. And we can go to G. G is very verbose, but I can pretty much sum it up into 2 words, which is no leaks. If something belongs in executive session, it stays in executive session. That is confidential material. Your superintendent sends you confidential material, it needs to stay with the board. The Ethics Commission has issued some very strong opinions on this in this year and last year. So please be very cognizant of G. I also have a resource in your electronic packet about why board members tend to violate G. But at the end of the day, violations of G just don't only hurt the board and its QSAC score and the board member as having an ethics violation against them, a blot on their record, but it does hurt actual people. So that's an important one to avoid. It really does, it does change lives for the worse. It's not good. And we can go to the next slide. H. This was, you know what, H is actually, this is an error. I'm so sorry. I will correct this and resend it to you. But subsection H is that you will not vote on a personnel appointment without having considered the recommendation of the chief school administrator. You need the recommendation of the chief school administrator to vote on a personnel item. You may not vote it through. You're still taking a vote. You have to be very cautious here that you're not voting against an appointment for any kind of arbitrary or capricious reasons. But it is the educational leader of your school district. That's his job to bring personnel hires to you. He vets them. He determines whether or not they are fit for the district. He looks for those who are the best fit for the district. You can ask a question about why this person was selected to appear on the agenda. But if this is not an attractive name to you, it's not that you say, you know what, I have somebody better. And I move to appoint Kathy Hellowa for, this position. No, that's not how it works. That would be a violation. We can go to the next slide. I love I. I has always been one of my favorites, but especially in a year like this one. When you are in the supermarket or at church or on the soccer field or at a cocktail party, someone may try to corner you. And if it hasn't happened already, it certainly will. Because members of the general public and all sorts of school stakeholders do not understand the role of the board member, right? And they may know you and they may know you very well. And they may think that you have some kind of authority to take care of problems that they're having with their daughter's soccer coach or their son's trombone teacher or their 3rd grade science teacher, what have you. And so they'll tell you all sorts of complaints or worse, right? But you're not to participate in those conversations. Rely on subsection I of the Code of Ethics. Say, you know what, you really legally can't participate in this conversation. And it leads back to I. And quite frankly, during a pandemic, to support and protect school personnel and the proper performance of their duties should really be in our blood in any case. shouldn't need the code of ethics to tell us that, but it's there, and I think that's a good thing, and it dovetails very nicely into the last tenet of the code of ethics, which is J. And that is that when you do receive complaints, because you will refer all of them to the chief school administrative officer, right? And you'll only act on complaints at public meetings after the failure of an administrative solution, and that is with the board. This speaks to the chain of command, okay? And I speaks to the chain of command also. If someone is complaining, gives you a complaint, you guide them through that chain of command. They don't start with the board. They start with the personnel that's closest to the complaint, right? The teacher, did you talk to the teacher? If there was no satisfaction there, did you talk to the principal? After that, it's likely the superintendent. Only after they've exhausted those channels and they don't have a solution to their issue, and they go before the board in a board meeting, right? And you rely on your attorney to get all of that set up. Likely will be in executive session, but only after a failure of an administrative solution does that reach the board, which is great because we are the 30,000-foot view, right? We are the visionaries. We are not the day-to-day, and complaints are typically about day-to-day. But that being said, when you hear a complaint, you are beholden under the code of ethics to let your superintendent know. Okay, and that's not let your superintendent know and tell him to fix it. That's not let your superintendent know and call me back about this. That's not let your superintendent know and then I'll call the person who complained to me and let them know. You just tell them what's going on and back away, and that keeps your nose clean, the code of ethics. There is material in your packet. If you print it in color, it's in red and black. It's do's and don'ts with the code of ethics. And if you go by that, I mean, it's lovely. If you print it in color, you can put it on your mirror, your refrigerator. It's highly attractive and eye-catching. But if you just go by that and review it from time to time, you will definitely keep your nose clean, okay? And you'll stay in line with the code of ethics. So I hope that that's a good reference for you as well. You can advance to the next slide. And before we go into the decisions that were found to have been violations of the code of ethics and the ethics law for school officials, I'm wondering if there's any questions about all of that. I know that's a lot of information. Okay, so
Kathy,
yes.
when you were talking about D,
Mm-hmm.
when you're saying the board determines what and the superintendent tells them how.
That's
Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Can I expand on that a little bit more? I know that that's kind of broad, but it's meant to be broad. Because I suppose that there are fact-specific situations that people have questions on, and that's why I sit at my desk and take calls. But yeah, I mean, the board is the visionaries, right? They tell you what they want for their school district, and you say, okay, this is how I'm going to do it, and you're responsible for taking those steps as to the how, right? You outline your action plan to the board, you discuss it with them. For policies, right, you write the regulations that back up the policies, and that's how the policies are administered. Does that make sense? Any other questions about how that one works? That one does get violated an awful lot. Like I said, it does take board members some time to find their sea legs on that. And I think that that's because of the majority of board members who, were seeking service in the first place are very passionate about their schools, right? They are concerned about how they're run day to day. But the day-to-day, the quotidians, the operational stuff, that is not our role, okay? We're the 30,000, we're the policy, we're the plan. And you appraise them too. You ask your superintendent, how are those policies going to be enacted? Do they need adjustment, right? Our strategic plan, how, tell us regularly your progress towards district goals on this. And ask questions about the progress towards district goals in your superintendent's report and things that are outlined in the action plan. You're certainly, it's your job to ask questions to make those appraisals because you're going to be evaluating your superintendent annually. That's really the most important annual job that school board members have. But you are the what and Kim is the how, generally speaking. Does that make sense? Any other questions on that? Okay.
I have a question
Sure.
on J. So as a board member, if somebody sends me an email and it's something they're not happy, with the school lunches,
Mm-hmm.
and they want something done about that. So that would be my responsibility to inform the CSA.
Yes, yes, it is. Well, there's two things that you do in that, right? And that's a great example because that happens all the time, right? Because school food, there's just something about when a parent hears that their children is eating food that they don't, think is kind of gross, they're going to complain about it. I get that. But they shouldn't be complaining to you. So you redirect the parent, right? Say, you know what, I can't solve this, but what you need to do is you need to call the school office and work through the different levels, right? In the meantime, yes, you should forward it to Tim just so that he knows. You should not tell the person the superintendent will answer your letter because they need to make their complaint directly to the school, not to you, okay? That answered your question?
Yes,
Right?
thank you.
Good, okay, good. I always ask that question to make sure that it's clear because sometimes I'm not. Any other questions on any of them? All right, okay, so here is some of the bad behavior that the Ethics Commission had to consider this year. And it must be a really depressing job, I gotta tell you. But out of all of those complaints, the 24 complaints, there were 4 of them that were deemed to have been violations, and let's talk about some of them. A board member who did not fill out her income disclosure properly was, I believe they were censured. If you hit enter, it should kind of fly in. If you hit the, yep, they were censured, so fill out your disclosure statement properly and on time. So remember we were talking about G, right? So here's the G violation for 2020. A parent sent an email to the superintendent complaining about a combination of personnel issue, privacy issue, security issue, I believe it was, right? And they copied the board. I don't know exactly what the email said. It's written in, a summary is written in the decision, but it was upsetting enough that a board member thought that it warranted further discussion over email. Now, there's a few problems there. Number one, the reply all button should never, ever be used. It is a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. If there is going to be a discussion about board matters by a quorum of the board or greater, and when I say discussion, I don't mean a quorum of the board or greater or participating in the discussion, but there's some kind of an exchange that is witnessed by, or heard by, or read by a quorum of the board or greater. That's a discussion that should, according to the Open Public Meetings Act, be held at a legally constituted public board meeting. Even if it's supposed to be an executive session, rather than public session, it has to take place at a legally constituted meeting that the public knows about, right? This board member, by hitting the reply all and putting his commentary on an issue that was rolled out in front of the board, is starting a discussion. And that's a violation of the Sunshine Law. But the Ethics Commission does not police the Sunshine Law. So that's for Superior Court. If someone wants to file against it in Superior Court, I can imagine how that's going to turn out, right? But the other problem is that this board member was discussing executive session material, because the board had discussed this issue in executive session prior. And he was expounding on that discussion over email to everybody, and he did not realize that the parent was still copied on. So the parent had access to executive session material. That is a violation of G. He didn't intend to do that. He stated he didn't intend to do that, the board member, but your good intentions mean nothing to the Ethics Commission. It's a violation of G, and the commission did note that it seemed like an open violation to them too. And there was a reprimand, I think, which was, I guess he's lucky he didn't get more, but it's pretty embarrassing, and it's on the website, and it's just a bad feeling. Last year, one of the decisions that the Ethics Commission made was a violation of G. And that was where a board member who was brand new, or rather new, and the board was sent an email about a student matter that must have been very interesting because he forwarded it to his family. And his family thought that was so interesting, they started forwarding that email all over the place. And you could identify who the student was, even though their name wasn't listed, the board member was mortified, horrified, said so, mea culpa, really self-flagellating, but the commission, again, your intentions, your regret really don't have any bearing on the decision that they made, and they voted to censure him. And he was new, and it was, his record was clean up until that point. So G is a serious one, stay away from G. Next slide, if you don't mind. This one was pretty ugly. It's on the commission's website, but basically a board member was blogging, and he was constantly attacking a teacher, saying she was he used profanity, it was awful. And even though he did say at the top of his blog that this was his own personal thoughts, just by virtue of constantly mentioning that he's a board member and this teacher shouldn't be serving in our district and blah, 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 this really was just bad news and violated the Ethics Act. And if you hit enter so we violated not only C, but also E and of course I. And he got a 6-month suspension. If you read through that, it's pretty harrowing what he wrote, and it doesn't surprise me that he was found in violation. It would have been outrageous even if he hadn't. We can go to the next slide. This one I think is very familiar to you, okay? This one had to do with a board member who stepped over the line in trying to change the district send receive relationship, right? This is part of our annual ethics presentation for 2021, and I've been talking about this all week and last week, but at the end you can read the 29-page decision on the Ethics Commission's website, and this one was one of the rare instances in which a violation of subsection B was found, okay? Subsection B. That board member was advocating in the Ethics Commission's opinion too vigorously for her own child and not for all children of the district. And if you hit enter, you'll see.
Kathy, was that counting?
No.
No?
It was he. Yes. Yes. It was here.
What is that supposed to mean?
It was here. And well, okay. I was dreading getting to this slide because I'm like, oh, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but it's part of our ethics presentation. It is what the commission decided, and it's 29 pages of interesting. So you're welcome to read it. It's right there. It's one of the first. It was one of the first things that they decided, that ultimately they decided this year. The decision was a censure, right? 29 pages of text and bad behavior, this and that. It was a censure because the board member was no longer seated. The commission did say if the board member had been seated, they would have recommended removal. So, pretty serious stuff. But I do like to speak to boards about this because a lot of board members really have tunnel vision as to what's best for their own child. And they act that way. And that doesn't make them a bad person, but it does make them a bad board member. And if you keep it up and someone charges you with an ethics violation and gets before the commission, it may take time, but that's a violation of B. It was also a violation of C and F as well. So it's worth reading if you have the time and inclination. And if you advance, this is another one of my districts. So, 4 decisions and 2 of them are from my district. Right? But this was a board member who was offered an all expenses paid trip to Arizona to look at, Apple products, and the district was going to be voting on whether they should use Apple products or not. Now, the commissioner, the Board of Education member said, you know what, I'll go, but I'm not going to participate in discussion or voting on the item, so you're kind of wasting your money, but I'll go. And they said, yeah, no, you should go, that's fine that you don't vote, just learn about our products. Superintendent said, don't go, it looks bad. Board president said, don't go. You can't take money from a vendor, you can't do this, but the Board of Ed person went, enjoyed himself, I'm sure it was wonderful. And when it came time for the board to vote on that item, he did recuse himself from the vote and discussion. But someone filed a nuisance charge against him. I don't even think they voted to use the Apple products, I think the motion failed, but I'm not 100% sure. But I will tell you, it got a lot of people mad, because no one offered me a trip to Arizona or anyone else a trip to Arizona, and I think it had to do with his board member service. That's just a guess, right? It didn't take the commission all that long to hear this one, and they found him guilty of C and E and F. And at first, the commission recommended removal, complete removal, because they wanted to send a strong message that accepting gifts and then saying, but I just won't participate in the vote, is not to be tolerated. But the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Recollet, thought that that was too strong a penalty, and he amended it to 6 months of a suspension. The board member has appealed that, and the appeal has not yet been heard, but his suspension, I think, began in November or something. He was reelected in the midst of all this, by the way. So he's off the board until April or so. He actually appealed to see if he could sit on the board while the appeal was working its way through things, but the commissioner said no. Suspension is a suspension. If we expunge it, we expunge it, but, you know, he's off for 6 months right now. Next slide. You can do the next slide, it's the slide after that, because those were the decisions. Any questions or discussion on those? They're very interesting. Maybe a little less interesting, but very important to know are about conflicts of interest, which speaks to that last case there as well, right? But basically, I mean, some of this is just common sense, right? If you're serving on a board and an agenda item goes before the board that may result in some kind of a gift or a favor to you, where there's some kind of personal involvement, right? Or some kind of an unwarranted benefit to you or your family, it doesn't mean that you have to resign, but you have to, you know, recuse yourself from discussion in the vote, right? And this can be kind of nuanced. So school board attorneys are kept pretty busy helping us determine what a conflict is and what's not. Our attorneys get questions on this all the time as well. But when we're talking about conflicts, right, and having to recuse ourselves from participating in board action, it behooves us to know the definitions of two terms, that is an immediate family member and a relative, okay? We know what a self is, please God, but an immediate family member is something very narrowly defined by the Ethics Commission. The definition that they use of immediate family member is a spouse or a dependent child that resides in your household, right? So your mother is not an immediate family member as far as the Ethics Commission is concerned. But your mother is a relative, right? There's a wider definition that we'll talk about. You can click to the next slide. Here it is, right? So keep this handy. This is, anyone who fits these categories is a relative of yours as far as the Ethics Commission is concerned, right? This is where your mom and dad come in, right? Also your grandchildren, your stepsisters, your nieces, you know, your domestic partner, all of that, whether related to you or your spouse by blood, marriage, or adoption, these are your relatives. Notice that cousin is not here. That does not necessarily mean that a cousin is not a relative. You may have to ask for an advisory opinion on that, but they're not in, but all sorts of other relations are in here too. Right? So there's two buckets. Relative, the big one, and immediate family member, the small one. And if you advance to the next slide, and again, you can advance to the next slide, I'm sorry. So you may not hire a relative, that big definition, and also your immediate family member, to work in this district. One of your relatives, one of your chief school administrator's relatives cannot be hired here. There may be exceptions. If you are looking for a highly specialized position and you're advertising for it and there's no qualified applicants, but there is someone who is qualified, who's interested in taking the position, who is a relative, you can ask the executive county superintendent for an exception, for an approval of that. And it may happen. This does happen in remote districts from time to time. This happens in Long Beach Island every once in a while. Nobody's living out there, right, in the wintertime. And if the relative already works in the district, you can be elected to the board, or the superintendent can be hired to the board, but you do need to recuse yourself from any kind of participation in evaluating the superintendent or his contract or his merit goals or searching for a new superintendent when that time comes. If your relative works in Montague, you cannot participate in any of that. If we go to the next slide, again, next slide, this chart comes from an advisory opinion directly from the SEC. And this is where we really need to scrutinize what our conflicts might be, okay? Because if you have someone who is in your immediate family, right, who works in the district, you cannot participate in negotiations at all. But if you have the relative, right, the bigger definition, right, who works in the district also, you're out of negotiations completely. But if you or your immediate family works out of the district, let's say Cedar Grove, and they are unionized, they're in the union, you cannot participate in negotiations until the contract is ready to be ratified, right? The salary guides are reached, the total compensation package is reached, the memorandum of agreement has been agreed to. You can take the final vote on that. If your immediate family member works in another district in the local and is unionized, right? But if your relative, that wide definition, right, your sister-in-law, works out of district and is unionized, you can participate in negotiations most likely from start to finish. Now notice that there are asterisks because there are some exceptions and there are the absent another conflict, right? And if you go to the next slide, it shows you what some of those other possible conflicts are. The most popular of those is heightened union involvement. So if my sister-in-law who works in Thompson Lakes is on her board's negotiations team, then I can't participate in negotiations, right? Or in Montague. Or if, my sister-in-law who works in Thompson Lakes is the president of the local union, that's heightened union involvement. There's a little gray there. You may need to ask for an advisory opinion. You should certainly ask for your attorney. In New Jersey, it's a small state that is very supportive of public education. It's kind of hard to find someone who doesn't have a family member who works in education. You need to keep track of where they work. I don't care if you don't like them, if you only see them at Thanksgiving, but you couldn't get together this year, so you didn't get to talk to them. It's on you to figure out where they work. Because you do not want the integrity of your collective bargaining agreement to be compromised by a conflict that you were not aware of but should. Okay? And we can go to the next slide. This is a doctrine of necessity. I'm not going to talk about this because this is when you have a majority of the members who are conflicted, and I don't think you have that here. Is that correct? It's there for your reference if it ever comes up. And volunteerism is kind of the last thing that I wanted to talk to you all about. Because as board members, and this has been the case for many years, right? I mean, board members often come from the ranks of the PTO and they're looking for a higher level of involvement with their school district, a different method by which to support the school. And they get elected to the school board, right? Or appointed to the school board. And for many, many years, we never really thought about volunteering in the schools as being incompatible with board service. We're just helping out. But quite a few years ago, a board member really overstepped and engaged in bad behavior while they were volunteering, and now we can't have nice things, right? So, but it's honestly not a bad idea, for us to examine the kind of behavior that we would plan on being engaged in when we're in the schools, because you are looked at very differently now that you are a board member. You have a sign on your forehead that you cannot see, and it doesn't appear in the mirror, but everyone else sees it. They look at you differently. Teachers do. It's just a consequence of being a board member. That doesn't mean you act any differently. You can still be a parent. You can still go to parent-teacher conferences, and you should talk to your child's teachers, but not as a board member, right? You're a board member at the dais and nowhere else, even though others do think you're a board member all the time. So that's kind of an interesting balancing act. Did you have a question? You look like that's very interesting. Everybody, please, yeah, by all means, what is your question?
I was just wondering about involvement with activities that, let's say, your senior citizens may want to sponsor, like an ecology club that may coordinate with what the superintendent's got going on in the school. And if I'm involved with that group, so then I have to just step away from working with the group?
Not necessarily. I will say that as a board member, you cannot lead a club that's under the district's auspices. right? So archaeology may be your passion, but you can't lead an archaeology club for the Montague School District. And I'll talk about that in just a moment, right? But let's say your group wanted to bring an assembly to school or wanted to start a club like that, right? You should not be the regular or the lead volunteer for that club, right? You can come in on occasion, right? Once or twice, not give directions to the students, not give direction to the staff, and that would keep your nose clean. But if you're going to be acting in an advisory capacity to students or staff as part of your volunteer work, and you're not doing it for, let's say, the Girl Scouts or the Rec Club or a separate organization with its own bylaws and bank accounts and tax ID numbers, then you shouldn't do it, right? So you could be a Girl Scout troop leader, even if all your little brownies are kids at the school, and of course you have to tell them not to jump around and run around and, be good. But you're doing that for the Girl Scouts. I mean, it is kind of splitting hairs, but that's what the commission has ruled on. So if you go to the next slide, this is a good one, okay? This is a great question here when you are looking to volunteer to schools. And by the way, you can still be a member of the PTO. I get that question all the time. The commission has said you can still be a member of the PTO, even the executive board of the PTO. But before you volunteer in school, ask yourself these questions, right? And basically, am I going to be giving directions to staff or students, or am I going to be taking directions from staff or students? Will I be in the school often? In other words, if people walk into the school, it looks like I work there because I'm there all the time. And the language that the commission used is in quotes there. Does it look like you're enmeshed in the building? If you're not, that's good, right? Don't touch money, right? I'm not touching money. I'm not, as I mentioned, you're not the lead volunteer for a school district club, right? If those are all no's, you're good. If the number 7 is a yes, you're good. And if you answer all those questions, if they align with those answers, then you are good. If there's any kind of question, ask your board president or your superintendent to get the attorney to weigh in on it, and you'll keep your voice, right? But when you do volunteer in the schools, you do need to let the superintendent know that you're going to be there as a courtesy. And you follow the exact rules for visitation that any other member of the community follows.
Then Kathy, if you have recommendations for specific activities or groups to come in, if you want to say Odyssey of the Mind, or if you wanted AmeriCorps, which is a national organization that they provide free programs, that would go through my CSA.
In other words, if you wanted AmeriCorps to come, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it would always go through these
Because they would teach a whole program.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can make suggestions to the superintendent, but he decides who's going to be in the school, not the board. So, yeah, absolutely.
It's just a matter of recommendation. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a point of interest, that, like, for instance, when I was on the board, I used to do a lot of volunteering in junior achievement. I thought Town was fantastic. And I mentioned it, but I couldn't say I want Town for our 5th graders. I will tell you this, that after raving about it for years and years and years, eventually our kids did go to Town. So I don't think that had much to do with me, but it was kind of nice to be able to support something like that.
So in other words, also, if you have a volunteer, say a senior citizen or a community person, whoever it may be, they would have to be vetted by the student protection.
Yes, and that's
program, or no?
completely away from that, yeah. Because a member of the community is not beholden under the School Ethics Act, but yes, they do have to be, and you have policies in place to make sure they're properly. Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions on these? And thank you very much for, I get tired of hearing my voice so much, so thank you very much. And then advancing to the next slide, we just like to mention these because this is long-standing advice. I can't believe it's like 6 years old now, but, as far as an interview committee, right? Your superintendent owns the hiring process, but the commission was asked about board member participation in interview committees. And these decisions, if you were to read them, are kind of interesting. They're rather verbose and they're almost self-contradictory, but the commission made a strong statement that they do not like board member involvement on interview committees, which is interesting because the superintendent owns the hiring process. And in my opinion, if the superintendent wants the board to interview, to form a committee, then that's their prerogative. But the ethics commission said, no, it's gotta be, there's gotta be limits. So just 2 board members or less, and they just observe. They don't ask questions, they don't participate robustly in the interview process at all, they just offer their observations, so that's okay, right? And the request has to come from the superintendent for you to serve and not the other way around on the interview committee. Again, these are very verbose, they're kind of nuanced too. Did you have a question on that? Because it is interesting.
Well, I was in another district, and they actually had new interviewers come in. And they had a board member, a staff member, and an administrator. And you were interviewed by all 3. That was just one district. As I said, it's not recommended, but
The
it
ethics
can
commission
happen.
would not have liked that. I don't know when that happened, these opinions were issued in.
Oh, not to me, I just knew that the district was doing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, these opinions were issued in 2012 and 2015, and hopefully the district did ask the board attorney about it for some clarification, and the board attorney signed off on it. Maybe they interpreted it a little bit differently than what I'm saying. An advisory opinion is really always your best bet to work from, to ask for. But that doesn't sound like it matches with the advice that the commission gave, quite frankly. It is kind of interesting. So when you read through these, there's a lot of verbiage here, but what I think is really interesting is to contrast it with advisory opinion A1510, where a board asked could they do exit interviews of staff, right? And the answer was a real solid no. Real solid and real quick. I think that was like a 3-sentence decision. It was like, nope, that violates a D. That's too micro. So, all this stuff about how to participate in interview committees, if you absolutely have to, and why you shouldn't, but you can, and this and that, it's interesting. But exit interviews are real, no. And, the other thing too is that you have to kind of keep in mind that the membership of the commission changes over time, right? I think in 2010, I think 2010 was one of those lean years where there was only like 5 or 6 people on the commission. And now it's staffed with more bodies, right, and more minds. So the advice may change. And on occasion, and they don't make an announcement about it, you're just kind of looking for a particular advisory opinion, you find it's removed. And they do remove advisory opinions from their website from time to time when they deem that the advice that they issued in that is no longer relevant. Or they just don't endorse it. Kind of interesting. The SEC's website is a very interesting place, I think, but I'm very nerdy, so if you go on it later and say, what was she talking about? You're not crazy, I'm the crazy one. And you can advance to the next slide. In closing, what we recommend to you is, as I mentioned earlier, that you keep a list of who works where in your family and review it regularly, and let your board president and superintendent know. I was doing a superintendent search this summer, and when we were just about ready to appoint, we found out that one of the members didn't realize that she was conflicted, and we had to throw all that work out the window. It was painful. Don't be that board, however well-intended you are, right? Any kind of questions? I'm a resource for you, and JSBA Legal is a resource for you, but really consulting with your board attorney is your best bet, right, on any kind of ethics issues. And check your school board notes. They come to you, I think, weekly. We send the newsletter, the paper copy out, I think, every 2 weeks. But any kind of new developments, the Ethics Act, the Ethics Commission has a new ruling, or there's something that's coming out of courts, or some kind of new law that you should know about, it's going to be in school board notes, right? And again, I'm always pleased to help you. I'm wondering if there's any questions on the Ethics Act that you have, because that concludes my presentation and my formal time with you, but I'm happy to take questions and give you whatever kind of answers I can provide on this. Anything?
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks very much for your
Actually,
presentation.
I have one thing. So at the last meeting, we actually had kind of a debate over some ethics.
Okay.
And the question was, again, as far as things being put onto the agenda and taking action on them that are not things that have been discussed or that we have not looked for an administrative solution on. And so that was little bit of, I would say, heated debate at the last meeting in reference to what's permissible and what's not.
Okay.
Um,
Well, hopefully you ask your attorney, be sure your attorney's advice on that. But what I will tell you is that just because something is not a best practice does not necessarily mean it's in violation of the code of ethics. However, we do need to perform our rules optimally, right? And we also have to keep in mind the Open Public Meetings Act, right? So discussion on important agenda items really should happen at the board table, right? If it's warranted. Now, if someone proffers a motion and the board thinks that, wait, we're moving too fast here, we need to slow it down, then we absolutely should slow it down, right? And then there's also, your bylaws, so you have to check your bylaws, you'll be holding to your bylaws to see what agenda preparation looks like and when you can add addenda to, but making a motion is typically permissible, it depends on, I mean, I'm a little bit, my hands are kind of tied behind the back here, because I'm not exactly sure that, what the fact set is, or what the nuances are, if you want to expound, you can, you don't have to.
Well, there were 4 motions made at the last meeting. One to have an RFP for food services to bring to this meeting.
Okay.
The other one for a RFP for
For this
legal
meeting.
services for this meeting. This was on Friday
Okay.
for this meeting. Then to move our board elections to the spring was brought up as a motion. And then the 4th one was lawsuits that the new constituted board has not discussed.
Okay. Well,
Actually, I'd like to clarify that.
Sure.
For public, because we are in discussion here. So, having been the 4 motions, I will review them as they were presented to the board. And you give me just a moment. So the first, one of the motions was to direct that the Pariso, I'm going to say it wrong, thank you, to provide the board with a detailed status update on both legal cases between High Point and Montague. This motion was bifurcated by recommendation from Mr. Plotsky. The second motion was to provide a detailed plan that would also include the outcomes for withdrawing these lawsuits and to maintain a send-receive relationship with High Point Regional High School.
okay.
These motions were made to make the board completely aware of, including the 2 new board members, completely aware of the current situation. And
So
it was a request.
this is a request for a report?
Yes,
right?
it was a request for a report
Request for a
to come
report,
back to the
okay.
board so that we
Okay.
would have the information at hand.
And so this would be a request for a report, not a request for any kind of action, any kind
There
of.
was no request for action, it was
Okay.
simply a request for a
Okay.
report to be planned and presented. The,
Now, I mean, if
The
you.
other,
I'm gonna
the
stop right
discussion-
there because my attention, sometimes I have like a flea
Sure, no
size
problem.
attention span, and as it gets later, it gets a little, I don't wanna forget what you said. But I do think that, that's a pretty heady issue. And I would imagine that there would be discussion, however brief. Like when you say, can I have a first, can I have a second, is there a discussion?
correct.
And I would imagine that the board members would want to know, like, what would this report comprise? Why are we asking for it? That conversation may be brief.
Correct.
Is it essential that you have it? Is it legal that you have it? No. Is it a good idea that you have it? I mean, that's part of your role. Yes, absolutely. So I hope that answers that question.
I believe that the.
And I'm not an attorney, so of course I would defer to a greater mind than mine any day of the week.
If I may, just
Sure.
briefly on that topic.
I'd just like to recognize for the public that this is Jeffrey Cassis,
It was pretty close. Good job.
Kachase, and he's the attorney representing Mr. Kamengo's group tonight. Thank you.
Obviously, you can ask for reports. It's getting into legal issues in public that need to be in executive session. You have to be aware, that's all.
Well, we weren't going to discuss that, and we will not discuss the reports that we will get back from them. That would be for executive session, of course. I didn't think that I would have to present that particular segment of it because we were simply making a motion to the board to see if the board members would agree to having these reports prepared and returned to the board. The other two proposals, request for proposal was made for food service. Our current contract does have a 30-day clause in it. We have had a number of complaints from the public that have been made publicly through our newspaper and so forth. And in respect to the public who has voted myself and Denise in, I made a commitment that we would look into alternative food providers. To me, the request for proposal is simply going out. The board agreed, and we want to just examine and explore what options are out there for food service proposal.
Well, I have some thoughts on that as well, okay? And first of all, I have to highlight your use of the word simply. There's nothing simple about an RFP.
Oh, absolutely. I would
all.
agree, there's not much simple about any of this, but we
Yeah.
like to make it sound nice.
No, and I appreciate, but, you know, for everyone who's listening, yeah, RFPs, and I have to honor the work of the business administrator who puts a lot of time and effort into that. So that's a carefully considered process, right? And the other thing you mentioned, the newspaper. Well, the newspaper is not really, it's certainly a great resource for you, but it's not part of the chain of command, right? So if someone has a complaint, they need to follow through the chain of command. And until there is a failure of an administrative solution, that's when the board gets involved.
Okay, well then I would have to say that I'm recognizing that there's been a failure to recognize the community at this point. And as a newly elected board member, I presented a motion, I presented it for discussion, and then we voted.
Okay, well, here's the other thing, too. And you can vote on these things, you know, but here's the other thing. You do need the, you know, especially with something that is day to day, right? I mean, we are the visionaries, right? We're strategic planners, we're student achievement, that sort of thing. Food service is a day to day, and that's really in the hands of your superintendent, right? And the business administrator is responsible for that. That doesn't mean that it might not be the best for the district, right? That does not mean that. But you mentioned that you campaigned for this, and
No, I did not campaign on
That you
it.
that
As a
was one of
result
your-
of listening to the people who voted for me.
Okay,
And
so it was a
paying attention
campaign.
to the things that they brought to us. I campaigned on returning the voice to the voters and by pushing our elections back to April from
Okay.
November, and I'm hoping to be able to do that.
Okay, well, that's understandable, and I will tell you this, Barbara, I've engaged in a very vigorous campaign myself, so I know what that is like, all right? I know what that is like. But, serving on the board, you have to follow a methodical process.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I will leave it to a mind that is more familiar with the inner workings of the district, again, who is a greater mind than mine, I'm sure, to give you the final opinion on it. But I will tell you that a lot of times I'm telling board members, especially the last 2 weeks, that slowing down is really your best option.
Well, we did table the one motion,
Okay.
so that with the respect to the election, so that we could provide more information, which we did provide tonight.
That's huge, yeah, and
Okay.
that's a
And,
big discussion, so
The
that's.
RFPs haven't been presented yet to the newspaper, and I will be discussing that later under our.
That was a bit of a concern because we asked that they be put out on Friday, and as of today, nothing's been.
So,
But
anyways,
when did you ask for that?
the
On
motions
Friday,
were made Friday.
during other business in the reorg meeting, we asked that the RFPs be, we voted on it 5-2
Right, but
and
it
agreed.
takes a long time to put an RFP together. And you know what, that's where communication comes in, right?
Okay.
So if your superintendent BS says, this is, you know, if you want an RFP, we can discuss it, but, you know, 2 days, that's,
Actually,
2 days, whatever it is, it may be a heavy lift. I don't know how it works in this district, but that's where the communication comes in, right? And I will tell you this, communication, I said, is not part of this board, right? It's just not there. The commission doesn't seem to care that much about it, but it is
Sorry,
essential.
she's talking, sorry.
No,
Sorry, Kat.
it's fine. But it is an important message. Communication is essential to good boardsmanship. You need to have the channels of communication open between yourselves, right? You need to be able to talk freely at board meetings. You need to be prepared to talk freely at board. You need to read your packets beforehand. If you have a question on an agenda item, you need to bring that to your superintendent beforehand. So you'll be aware of what's going to be discussed, and he can prepare a solid answer that everyone can understand, right? Because you're right, you know, your community is concerned about what goes on at these board meetings, right? They should be able to follow things along just as easily as you. And that's based on clear communication that happens before the meeting, before. Everyone knows what's on the agenda, everyone's prepared to vote. Now, I do get a question, if you don't, and excuse me if I'm going off in a different direction, but this has resounded with me. Because a board member asked me recently, well, am I supposed to ask everything before I go to the board table? I mean, that doesn't sound right to me. Is that what you're saying? No, that's not what I'm saying. But she was also getting pressure from her fellow board members. You're talking too much, you're holding things up, this is not efficient. So if you're wondering how to navigate through that, if you're looking to inform yourself before you're voting on an agenda item, which you should be, out of all of the people who are served by the Montague Public School District, only the people around this table are making these decisions. You have access to information that members of the public don't have, right? And you should, because you're gonna vote on these things. So you read your packet, if you have any questions about this, if you need additional information before you make your vote, you ask that question before you come to the meeting. You take down the answer, you consider it, and you're ready to make your vote. It doesn't mean your vote might not change, because there may be a discussion at the table, right? And so that's your second question that you have to ask yourself, right? Or, do I want to ask a question to start a conversation with my fellow board members about this particular agenda item? Because you can't have those conversations away from the dais. So if you're looking to inform yourself, you make sure you ask the superintendent before you get here, and you have your answer, right? And you have to give him time. Calling up 15 minutes before the board meeting is not optimal, and it's probably not going to work. But if you are looking to start a conversation and I think that voting thing is a perfect example, that's a huge issue, right? And that's something the whole board should discuss, and the public should hear your conversations on that, right? Those questions are asked at the dais. But, no surprises at board meetings, you don't drop bombs. Let your board president, let your superintendent know that that's what you intend to discuss, whether it's under new business or under a particular agenda item. Does that make sense?
I have a question though. Typically, the agenda items come at the recommendation of the superintendent, correct?
Yes. I mean, it's in your bylaws, but yes, that happens.
But it also says in our bylaws in conjunction with the board president and the board secretary.
So if
I mean,
that's.
but typically it comes from the superintendent because he knows what's going on.
Right, and
School
he
needs
needs,
to come
he needs
forward.
to bring things to you guys to make the decisions, right? But if you've got, and that is, and I see different versions of that bylaw. In some districts, it's just the business administrator and the superintendent, period. That was the district I was in Monday night. In some, it's the board president and the superintendent. And sometimes it's the business administrator and the superintendent, and you just run it past the president, you know, there's all different ways of doing it. But whoever is named in your bylaws is setting the agendas, and those 2 or 3 people have to get together and, you know, review the agenda together. Typically, because exactly like you said, the superintendent knows what the schools need on a day-to-day basis, that he'll provide that out, right? But depending on what your bylaws say, it's a collaborative.
And every school district, you even told me every school district is different. So what's one district does, the other may not.
That's exactly
Depending on
right.
bylaws.
I was shocked when I was in that district on Monday night that the board president had no involvement in setting the agenda at all. None, but that's the way it worked there, and they're fine with it. So, okay, perfectly valid. Because the board votes on its own bylaws, so what's working is working. And you know, I mean, everybody has a voice, and even though the board president may help to set those agendas, you know, and that's a pretty big responsibility that should be taken seriously and supported. You know, they have no more authority when casting a vote than you do. You know, everyone at the table has the same level of authority as voting.
So agenda items should be reviewed by all board members prior to, like, I'll be honest, I was shocked at our rework meeting. I was shocked at our rework meeting that there were agenda items that were presented to us that I had no information on whatsoever. So as a board member, I was
That's not
concerned
good.
about that.
That's not good.
So that was my big concern.
Yeah,
They're
so,
introduced and tabled, and the information is going to be provided to you tonight for the 25th.
well, see, that's a perfect option, right? So you can always make a motion to postpone, right? To postpone to the next meeting, to table to later in the meeting, whatever, just to kind of, and state, when it's open for discussion. Motion, second, discussion. That's where you voice those concerns. Another thing too, that has been helpful to some boards is to discuss when addenda should be added. Now, a motion is different from an action item on the agenda. And some districts struggle with agenda items, addenda popping up at the last minute while they're on. I mean, it happens, right? And I wouldn't necessarily want the district to tie its hands that way. But, if it's happening too often, where your meetings are slowing down, or that when board members, don't feel informed enough, and I'm not saying that that's happening here, it has happened in districts that I serve, you may want to have the policy committee review your bylaws, if you have a policy committee, or if you work as a committee of the whole. I think you guys are committee of the whole, and discuss the bylaws and see if there are any adjustments that should be made on that. Again, policy bylaws, they should be kind of broad. You don't want to, be hamstrung and be in a bad position because your bylaw puts you there. But, if there's something that needs adjustment, that might be the place to examine it.
Can the public ask the question?
At the pleasure of the presider. If you want.
I do not have a problem.
Okay.
Right now, with remote meetings being very popular, should the public, I thought the public was supposed to have any updated agendas or addendums posted online for them to be able to see at home. And then also, even in a normal meeting circumstance before COVID, should the addendum be provided to everyone every single time?
Well, that's a great question, because before these two-dimensional live stream meetings became an issue, you'd walk in and the agenda would be there, right, and a copy of it. So if you're attending the meeting, you should be able to access the agenda. And the new regulations came out from the DCA.
Yeah, I think.
And, this is the second time they did it, and maybe you recall exactly what it says.
I thought the latest update said that you had to post on the school's district, some district
and you know what?
communication needed to have the addendum, and any other.
That could be.
For example, a board policy was passed about the communications channel, 2230, I guess is what they're calling it. But no board policy copy was ever provided to the public, and it's not on the website yet.
Well, whether that, I would leave that to the board attorney to answer, because it's getting complicated.
Yeah.
It's getting complicated, and I am so sorry. I will apologize. If you had asked me this a month ago, I'd be able to give you an answer.
That's probably an attorney.
Yeah, but that is, in all honesty, you could also look up the DCA regs, it's in there. But
I think it
it is
says.
optional, of course, for the public to be able to see that. And I will say that there is something in there that about kind of documents that the board uses that the public should be able to see. I'm not.
I think it's supposed to
I'm
be
sorry
online for
to
public
comment.
access. Now, to follow up.
I'm very embarrassed.
How often should there be addendums with extensive items at meetings?
Should there be there could be, sometimes you have to,
But what if they're not legal or personnel?
Like I said, sometimes you have to have them, so that's a very nuanced question, and that one, was a case by case thing. It's always best to keep the public as informed as possible, right? But sometimes in the case of an emergency item or something like that, it just isn't, right? And whether it's required or not is another thing. And best practices are one thing, but requirements are a different thing. So, but thank you for asking the question. I'm sorry I couldn't provide a completely airtight answer for you. Yes.
Would your organization cover this scenario? A CSA uses public media to sharply criticize certain board members for voting the way that they did. Does your organization cover this?
Well, we have no authority, right? So when you say cover it, would you mind?
That's what the new policy, I think, is supposed to handle.
Well, what
Yeah.
guidance do you give? What guidance? Do you give any guidance for that?
Oh, yeah, we give guidance all the time. We have a
What
policy
guidance would you
department, we have a
provide?
legal department. And when you say, could you clarify, you said if the superintendent is using,
Facebook, to go on
Facebook,
Facebook and
social
bashing a
media.
board member.
so is that the personal Facebook page of the superintendent or
Yes.
district's page?
That's a
It says
CSS.
CSA.
So it's the district's page?
No,
Yes.
I don't think it is.
That's kind of important.
I don't think
I
it's a
think
district
it's
page.
not both.
That's kind of
Yeah,
important.
it's-
If
it's
anyone
not
wants to
both.
answer that for me from the
Yeah,
dais,
it's-
that might.
Perhaps
It's not a district page.
it is a district page, Mr. Capone, because it says Chief School Administrator on the page,
And it
and you are
must have-
representing yourself as Montague School District Superintendent.
It has happened on the district page as well, so I think
All right.
both
It is a
both
district
scenarios
page.
have
Okay, so
happened.
let me confine my answer to the district page. Let me confine my answer to the district page. If this social media account says
Representing yourself as Montague School District, you are representing yourself as the Chief School Superintendent, Mr. Capone.
So
But before you answer, can I just clarify?
Sure.
Oh,
The
it's on the district
information that's
page,
being posted is the way people voted. So you need to clarify bashing versus
No.
what happened.
Which is probably not something that I.
If you read the intonation of the posts, and actually, I'm going to make this statement, actually, I'm gonna stop this conversation right now as a board president. We're gonna stop the conversation. This conversation will continue. It will be continued in executive session, and it will be continued with lawyers present. I'm gonna stop the conversation to the public right now. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions that you'd like me to answer, or?
I think we're done tonight, Mrs.
Okay.
Holloway, and I do appreciate your time and thorough presentation.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and best of luck for the rest of 2021, and if I can be of any assistance to you personally or the board, please let me know, okay?
Thank you very much.
Kathy, please come back.
I would be pleased to, anytime you want me, thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Capone, did you have anything else to continue with on your CSA report?
So there was a question raised as far as A22, and it was whether or not the BA should be listed as far as the purchasing for the co-ops. That again, that's something that's done on a fiscal year, and so had been included in the prior year. It's already been covered for this year, and that's why it's been removed.
Okay, great.
In reference to the RFP, the two RFPs were directed to bring to the meeting tonight. So for food service management, that process actually requires for the completion of the state agency 2020-2021 RFP and contract, which is not currently available from the State Department. The state agency approval of the completion of the RFP before advertising it for 20 days. The after award and the board approval, the contract and all required supporting documents must be submitted to the state agency pre-approval. The final approval by the state agency is granted after the contract is signed by all parties. The contract cannot begin until the procurement process is completed and the final approval is granted, and then the base year must end for 6/30/2021. So the conversation at the last meeting, and Mr. Obenauer, so willing to quote that there's no ethics violations here, to stop playing around and let's just do the job. It was not possible for us to bring forward an RFP to this meeting based on what the timeframes were. So that vote, and again, the reason that I brought it up for Kathy, and I don't know if the board attorney wants to chime in on this as well, again, this is something that was not permissible, okay, in order to be able to bring to these meetings based on the timeframes and the requirements as was said at the last meeting.
The question in presenting the motion was to at least put out the advertisement. We were not looking to put out the advertisement for an RFP and then have that come back to the board. There was no decision factor being asked to make. It was simply to put a request for proposal out to the public to have food service vendors respond back and detail items their ability to provide food service.
Like, again, if you listen to what I just read,
I did
right,
listen.
that the RFP contract is from the State Department, not currently available, and it's 20 days. Okay, so it was not going to be available for this meeting. That's actually the point that I'm making.
So the update that you've just made is that you're not able to do the food service contract because there's a 20-day delay. It's not available from the state. And I'm not understanding why you can't advertise for it.
What I'm clarifying,
It's competitive contracting. There's a 20-day notification period first before you.
Can you use the microphone so
Oh, I'm
we can hear
sorry.
you, please?
Do you hear me?
And make sure that the button's on.
Yeah, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
It's competitive contracting, so there's a 20-day notification period. So you can't just go to RFP, you can have a big process. And that's number one. Number two, putting together the RFP for competitive contracting does take some time and consultation with council and the business office. It's not-
Correct. Okay, so then I would have expected Mr. Capone to respond with the process that night would be, and that he would be able to have it at a certain date. Fair?
Well, I mean,
absolutely not.
You didn't know what the procedure was for RFP?
The whole point is that you said to bring to this meeting.
I
That's the
didn't-
point that I'm making.
No, we wanted you to
This
go out
meeting.
for request for
And
proposal.
therefore,
That was the motion.
that was
Nothing was
not-
ever said about bringing it to this meeting.
That it absolutely was, okay? And so
To provide
you're
the-
talking about the fact that, again, there is a process by which these things need to be obtained. Again, going and collecting this bid is one thing. I still have a significant amount of questions as far as our intent. Because again, I know that we've talked about having a cafeteria, okay? Now you're talking about changing food services.
The
for
intent,
bakery.
Mr. Capone, is to
Can I
find,
finish speaking?
because you're
Can I
going on
finish
and on in
speaking?
circles,
Okay.
and what we're trying to explain here is that the intent of the board was to get a request for proposal. You simply could have informed us that the intent was that the request for proposal has a process. It requires a 20-day process from the state, and it requires an approval.
And that would have been something I would have been able to do had you brought this up prior to during the meeting.
Had you-
Okay, which is the point as we're moving through this. So they are not available for tonight, and they will be done within that process. So there's no time frame that I can give you because there is no starting point until we can get the paperwork from the state for that RFP.
And that would be particular to the food service one. So what about the RFP for request for a board
Can I
attorney?
just ask Mr. Capone, have you had any emails from any parents concerning the food and the quality or anything other than Facebook? Have you
So-
personally gotten?
So this has been an ongoing conversation, right? The things that are said other places, right, but not actually brought to the school. You know, when we talked about this originally, and again, the entire process as far as where it is that we were, the involvement or not involvement in the program, okay? I can't tell you that I've had more than, if there's 5, I would be shocked, and I don't know what that number is off the top of my head, because they don't bring it to the school. This has been something that we've talked about as far as, again, that if things come to board members, as Nicole said, you're obligated ethically to provide it to the school, where we've had that conversation with people saying, I'm not going to provide the information. So that's kind of a separate issue from the standpoint, but you know, the planning process that she's talked about, that's still my question to the board. What's the goal? What is the goal? Is the goal short-term food for this year? And if that's the case, what's the issue that we're identifying with the food? Okay? Is it a quality? Is it, what is actually the issue we're identifying? Because really, you know, the proper procedure that we're talking as far as things coming up through the board is, if you have something, again, whether you have a question about a club or something or some kind of involvement, whether it's a food program, regardless of what it is, you should be raising the topic, identifying either a concern or something you'd like to see happen. The administration then researches it, presents options so that the board can take action. That's the concern as far as that process not being followed, because again, with food services, you know, in December, we talked about, are we gonna have a cafeteria, right? Then we're buying our own food. That would be a circumstance that we're talking about as far as, this would be a better thing for money. Now, at the first meeting, we're talking about doing an RFP, Okay, if you're looking at 20 days, 30 days beyond that, now you're talking about, we're gonna make this change. If we've identified that, let's say 60 days from now. Okay, so we're talking about a few months left within this year. Okay, what is the purpose of what we're trying to do? So, because again, I think this is really more of my question. When we started with the food service program, the purpose was we were only doing deliveries once a week. Because of that, we were looking at things that lasted a little bit longer so that they weren't going fast. Okay? Only in November did it come up as far as there's a lack of selection and we don't have as many choices as we might like to have. Never brought up for the 3 months of spring when we were doing the delivery and that program was based on. Okay? So when we got into this year, without any feedback that there were any concerns, okay, until it came up of where it's coming from, right? That became the question and the concern about where it's coming from as opposed to the food. Then it switched from that to, is the food fresh? And again, dates on milk, right, is the best buy date, right? We've never delivered anything that's been past the best buy date. And in addition to that, then we had the State Department coming up and the Ag Department saying, well, somebody said they had a raspberry yogurt that was, 2 weeks past due. But the staff is saying they only handed out blueberry yogurt. So there's those kind of discrepancies. Did that come to the CSA? Did that come to the school? It did not. That happens on Facebook. Okay, that doesn't happen.
Guys,
So,
you cannot do that. You need to wait until public comment, please. Thank you.
so again, if the question is the food and we're looking for a greater choice, we can get greater choice. When that came up and it was passed on, okay, they went and looked at some different options. Okay, there are other options that could be explored, but again, that's something that's in the conversation. I'm just wondering again, if we're saying 60 days from now, what the difference in food is going to be, and how does this fit into what's the larger plan?
My answer to that, Mr. Capone.
I'm not finished. The question is that, do you want a cafeteria? Do you want your own employees that are going to be able to
Mr.
do that?
Capone, it's a long-range plan,
Okay,
and we need a short-term solution, and by starting out looking at the short-term options, that is how we can best make a decision going forward as a board. That is all that motion was intended to provide, was a realistic evaluation of the food service options available to Montague school community in the short term. Obviously, as a new board is reconstituted, we will be looking at committees, we will be looking at long-range board goals in our committees, and we will then be bringing those ideas to the board as meetings and letting those board meetings determine the outcome of committee recommendations.
Okay, did we ever ask the current food provider if there's any other food options for us?
You would have to ask Mr. Capone.
no, this was not discussed about having what's
So there might be
the
a
most
possibility that
extreme
we can
that,
get different food from the current provider that we have, but that question has never been asked.
correct.
I wasn't on the board, you could have asked that question.
I'm asking it now because it was just brought to my attention that apparently there's an issue with the food.
So, again,
Okay, so Mr. Capone, as far as the RFP for food service, then we can expect something relatively by the first regular meeting in February, correct?
I'm not going to give you the date because I don't know what that answer is. What I'm saying is that they're being worked up by the BA to be sent out for.
Okay, and is that also inclusive of the request for proposal for attorneys? A school board attorney?
And again, yes, and we did post that to meet the requirements for this meeting. Nothing came back
I'm sorry, where did you post it?
on the website.
Okay, you didn't post it to the New Jersey Herald and legal notices?
There was 2 days, okay, that you're talking about, 2 work days to have it out, and
Again.
have it back for this meeting.
The resolution did not require you to have it by this meeting. It was simply an advertisement that was, I was under the impression they had to take 10 days. So that it had to be live for 10 days.
Again, I think that again, if you go back and listen to that meeting as far as what the discussion was, there was an expectation, it was stated about having it for the next meeting. Okay, that was the argument in reference to that. It can be posted as far as that, but again, I think the question becomes, what is the purpose? What are we looking for as far as attorney, as far as doing an RFP? Are we?
Exactly what it
again,
says, we're
what is-
looking
what
to
is-
find a new board attorney.
This is the conversation though, as far as what is the dissatisfaction currently that
I
we're
don't have
trying
this
to
right now as a
identify.
board member.
Do what?
We do not have to explain that. In discussion, it stated that we were happy, that we wanted to find a new board attorney, and when we had discussion, did anybody ask that question?
So again, I think this is what Kathy Heller was addressing as far as you're saying, we're going to make decisions, we're not going to explain why.
I'm
okay? And that's
dissatisfied
where
with the
we're
current legal
running
advice.
through For arbitrary and capricious as far as decisions that we're making.
No,
That's
that
what
is
I was
not arbitrary
cautioning
and
for.
capricious to go out and look
Again,
for a new board
I
attorney.
believe that I was talking, okay? Arbitrary and capricious when we're running into circumstances, whether at the last meeting, that we're going to run into problems by not following proper procedures.
And again, the board made a motion, there was discussion, the motion was voted on, and the motion was put forth as finding an RFP for the board attorney to go out and find what a board attorneys would be available so that we could examine them, possibly bring them in for interviews. And I would think that it's pretty self-explanatory that if we're looking for new board attorneys, then we're looking perhaps for somebody that's closer and not 3 hours away. Perhaps we're also looking for board attorneys that are going to be present at our meetings and so forth. Okay, what dissatisfaction are you?
Quite honestly, there's nothing in our bylaws where,
In fact, the board policy.
that precludes us from looking and having additional people.
Right.
We could very well have Mr. Tamagno's firm still on board, Mr. Porzio's firm still on board, but we're looking for an additional person. And that's what we're looking for.
And that's
Denise,
the question really has to do with the fact that, again, when we're looking at what we're trying to accomplish here, okay, and I said this before, there's 7 of you that are supposed to come to some kind of common vision that you're supposed to explain to the superintendent so that we can create a plan, right? That's exactly what she was going through with those ethics, right? You tell me what it is that you want, and I tell you how to do it. That's literally what she said during that time.
Mr.
And again,
DePaul, if I could just add.
I know that you can hear me, okay, and it would be really nice if I could finish speaking, okay? So when you were talking about, okay, what those goals are, okay, what you're trying to accomplish, okay, that's what's supposed to come first. We're supposed to be identifying what are the things that you want to accomplish. Because otherwise, like I said, we have meetings like the last time where you make a bunch of motions, okay? There's no discussion as far as what's driving those conversations, okay, or driving those motions. It hasn't been shared with the administration, okay? And so, again, I feel very strongly when we were talking about the ethics and she was throwing out those different components, there's some challenges here that we're running into as far as how things are supposed to run, okay? And whether they're going to run that way if we have motions that are not discussed, okay, not put into context. And listen, it's great if you want to have a short-term plan and a long-term plan, that's great. But we really should have some kind of context and discussion about what that is so that we can accomplish and make sure that those things are aligned. Because the alignment is critical in those kinds of items.
The first step for establishing the goals was presented because we wanted to find a new food service provider, so that's the topic. We presented the motion, the motion was discussed, it was voted on. As far as the attorneys go, policy 9126, nothing herein shall preclude the board from employing other attorneys. So having done my due diligence before taking the seat at the reorg meeting, as well as knowing that a new board attorney was something I wanted to consider, the motion was presented to the board, it was discussed, it was voted on, and it was approved. This is exactly why we are looking to do these things so we can explore our options and set goals.
And as a board member who's been here, I didn't get these agenda items ahead of time, so I wasn't prepared for them. If your concern is the food and it's an immediate concern, I would like to, if that's the public's concern, I'd like to look into immediate options. But I wasn't prepared because I didn't know about this.
Okay, and first of all, in all fairness, the food concern has been going on for months. So to say that if you knew there was a problem, I have an issue with that because it's been going on for months and it's well
I don't get all of
documented.
my information on Facebook.
Okay, it's not on Facebook, it's in the board minutes. All you have to do is watch the board meetings. Okay. As far as your comment, we had full discussion at the time that these were voted on. And because of your concerns with the moving the election from April to November, we did bring in the documentation tonight, provided to the board secretary. It'll be available to you as soon as she gets it ready, and then it will be in your agenda so you can discuss it on the 25th. A request for proposal is simply an advertisement to go out for food service. I do think it needed more than a discussion, and obviously 5 other board members agreed.
And remember, I did say this is just a start. So your suggestion about the possibility of asking for a different options, that's an option. But again, it's a matter of us getting that information and then sitting down and talking about it.
Transparent to
Right.
everybody, so everybody has the
Absolutely.
information.
Well, we just got here on Friday, so how can we share it?
And
We
that's-
You were just told, maybe we need to slow down.
And I mean,
I-
seriously, and
there's-
quite honestly,
there's
we
nothing-
presented our CSA and also our secretary with a list of items we would like to have had on tonight's agenda, and we didn't get any
We got a
answer.
blank.
And nothing was put on tonight's agenda. So what are we supposed to do about that? And then you're surprised.
We're not surprised because Mr. Capone advised that we didn't even need this meeting.
It's,
Two
well,
wanted a meeting.
the committees are supposed to be
We don't
done
have
on,
committees, we are a board of the whole right now.
Actually, we are going to
it's
be
actually
moving to
the
a board
financial
meeting.
But we are not there yet. Right now, we're a board of the whole. That's what we are.
I'm
Exactly.
talking about a point.
That was last year.
And
The
that was-
reorg meeting starts at New Year. We're going to constitute
According to
meetings tonight as the committees.
the state statute says it. And it was ignored, it wasn't done. So that's why we brought it up to have that done tonight. And that wasn't put on for tonight either.
So,
You didn't send me anything. You didn't call me.
Ms. Capone, I did email you, and I
Twice.
emailed Ms. Radovic, and
Absolutely.
How can we call you when nobody answers the phone in the building and we don't have your phone number?
Absolutely not.
Come on.
your email is tcapone@montagueschool.org, correct?
And honestly, right now, I believe that what you're doing is a violation of board ethics. Having this public discussion.
Mrs. Holloway just said that the board needs to discuss items in public. What would you find unethical?
You just criticized, you just made multiple criticisms, okay, which is an ongoing problem
I didn't
here.
make a criticism, I brought up the facts.
Look who's talking.
That's quite a,
Because you love.
I'm sorry that you felt criticized. Did you have anything else to add to the CSA report?
I do. I have one comment back at the public comments from the last time around. There was a comment made that I promised prior board that I would get them back before. Okay, that is a bold-faced lie. Okay, that was made. The only thing I've ever talked about since I've been here is making sure that children have choice. Making sure that we have the most options of schools, the most options of programs. So that has been the conversation and the discussion, okay? Small-minded, looking at circumstances or not understanding what's said, I would challenge you to find a circumstance where I promised the board to get back to work. That is a lie.
Does that conclude your CSA report?
That's it.
Do we have a school business administrator report?
No,
Do we have any correspondence from the public?
no.
Ms. Radovic? No. We're going to move to public session for agenda items. The public comment is divided on all matters pertaining to the school district. All participants shall be permitted 4 minutes to speak and shall state their name, place of residence.
I would point out that there are
no agenda items.
Duly noted. Do we need to make a motion then? Make a motion to open this to all, any comment? Make a motion to open public session to any topic? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any opposed? I'm sorry. Now I just forgot everything. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So the public session is for any topic. Public comment is invited on all matters pertaining to the school district. All participants shall be permitted 4 minutes to speak and shall state their name, place of residence, and group affiliation if appropriate. Board meetings are a meeting of the board conducted in public, not a meeting of the public conducted in the presence of the board. The board uses the public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizens' concerns, but please be aware that not all issues brought to a board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate the authority to investigate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. Please let the record reflect that the BOE, the Board of Education, does not endorse your comments, nor will the Board of Education be held liable for your comments you make about a staff member or other person, which the staff member or the other person may consider defamatory or libelous. As a result, the individual retains the right to pursue any legal remedies against you. Motion to open public comment at 9:23 p.m.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Open to public comment.
Hi, Stephanie Guida, Autumn Drive. I wanted to just briefly mention that I'm recalling a meeting sometime in the past year where food quality was discussed with the board during public comment. I don't recall the date. And I recall the conversation going back to how we were using Lafayette and Sodexo. We weren't pleased with that quality, so then we switched to the current food service provider. I think it's important to note that the concerns from parents, while most of them have been on Facebook, there are parents who have confirmed that they did contact the CSA about their concerns. I don't know if it was 5. I don't think it matters if it was 1 or 5. The big problem here is that the federal government is providing this food until June 30th. So I think that it is a more urgent item than normal. So coming out of the gate was probably a good move in the sense that the sooner we can address the food issues, whether it's staying with the same provider but changing the options or looking to a new provider, the better it would be for the kids. I will comment again what I commented last week. I'm still waiting to find out the number of families who were receiving food delivery prior to the switch. Ms. Chrisman had asked for that information twice during the meeting, 2 meetings in a row, and was told that that information wasn't available at hand. I think it's important for us to understand the scope of how many families were receiving delivery so that we can understand where the problems lie and how to fix them. Another thing that a bunch of parents are asking, and I did say that I would ask tonight on behalf of them, is what is the current plan for reopening? While I agree right now probably isn't the best time to fill the school with kids, I do think that right now is the time, like it would have been in July, to have a reopening plan that phases in kids safely so that the most amount of parents feel comfortable sending their children. In case you don't realize, if 80% of the kids decide to, should board members be on their phone? I don't know what that, I really want you to listen.
I am listening.
Okay.
I was gonna set a stopwatch to make sure that the time is being.
Okay, well, I already started, so I don't know how you would capture that, but you can cut me off whenever, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't.
It's been 2 minutes.
Anyway, I've totally lost track now. I think the point is that if you have 80% of the families not comfortable sending their kids, you're putting your staff in a situation where they're trying to figure out how they're going to teach to 20% in person, 80% at home, live streaming, all of the things that come along with that. So again, I emphasize the fact that now is the time that the CSA, what's so funny?
Have you read the plan, Stephanie?
Oh, I've read the plan. I've read the plan. Your plan is nonsense. Your plan is nonsense. I work in a district, we spent 2 months putting together a plan, okay? Your plan is not a plan, and even your staff says your plan isn't a plan, okay? So knock it off. Don't play games with me anymore, I am done, okay? You can keep posting on Facebook, keep going at it, okay? Keep going, it's fine. I know the truth, okay? Anyway, having a plan, is it, my time's up? 1 minute. Okay. Having a plan that actually asks people if they're gonna send their kids with meaningful questions will allow your staff to be able to do their job. And now is the time. This school cannot go the entire school year without opening. It's wrong for the kids, and frankly, this community needs to get kids back in school as soon as they can. Okay.
That's it.
Krista, here we are, Krista Mikulski, Elmport. So thank you for moving the meetings to the gym. It's really very nice, much more comfortable. I'm also glad we moved the ethics training up to tonight. Now it's behind us and we can focus on the actionable items on the 25th. It's also comforting to know that Barbara has such extensive experience dealing with ethics violations. I'm sure you can talk to Sia about how steadfast Barbara is in the pursuit of holding parties accountable to adhering to the law. For those of you that are not familiar with that case, Barbara won that case all by herself. She didn't pay an attorney. Her dogged determination did that. This is exactly why the town came behind her and why she's the president of the board today. I feel confident that this board, under Barbara's leadership, will develop and execute a long-term plan that will ensure a partnership with High Point. We need to end any potential tie to Port Jervis. I added some additional stuff because I got a little irritated. Statistically, it is impossible for someone to be right 100% of the time. Tim, I don't know why you always think you're right. It's so strange. Like you are always right. Like it's statistically impossible for someone to be right all the time, except for you. I don't get it. I see you for exactly who you are. And to Jen, you know we've talked about food. I was you once. You have sold your soul, and you will learn a lesson from listening to him.
Hi. State your name and address, please.
Laura English, and I live on New Road, and I have no children affiliated with the school. And I just by chance came to this meeting tonight. So this is what I have to say, okay? Just from things that I've heard, and again, I have nobody associated with this school. I am appalled at your behavior and at your behavior. To demonstrate it in front of the public, and I know none of you, and I am appalled to say that I pay taxes to this school. I saw the lunch that was handed out. I happened to be at someone's home when she came home with the lunch in a white plastic garbage bag. And it was Schmucker's Crustables, peanut butter. Why would you serve peanut butter in a school when so many children have peanut allergies? And they say, don't have birthday parties, don't bring things unless they're in the original box. And schools normally don't serve peanut butter because kids have peanut allergies. So you can't assume that because they're sitting 5 seats away, it's not gonna bother them. So that lunch, it concerned me. It did concern me. With 5 days of lunch with 2 pieces of fruit. It didn't make any sense, okay? It was like a lunch that was thrown together with no thought. Perhaps I'm OCD and I would not have served something like that. But it was 5 Crustables, that's what it was, 5 Crustables and 2 pieces of fruit and some juice. I don't know what kind of a lunch is that you want your kid to eat that every single day. So that is my version on the lunch, and if you didn't hear about that, I don't know how you didn't hear about it, because I have nobody that even goes to the school, and I saw it. So I just have to say that I'm really appalled. I'm glad we have new members on the board. I'm appalled. You should be ashamed of yourself. You really should be ashamed of yourself to demonstrate this behavior in front of the public. You are what you are, and we can't change that, but you shouldn't do it in public, because I never met you. I never met most of the people here. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and I'm glad that I don't have any children that go to this school. And I kind of wonder why, Mr. Capola, this school never opened. Like the only one in New Jersey, and it never opened. Except for your hand-picked kids that came to the school, that we did hear about, those hand-picked. So why was your school not open? I don't understand. Every other school went back, but this school did not go back.
Yeah, 1 minute.
A small school, we didn't even have that many students to worry about. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Andre Campbell, Armstrong Road. Tim, people are afraid to approach you because they're afraid what's going to happen when they do. We've all seen your remarks about people on Facebook, on the school site. People in this audience you've gone after. So they're not going to complain about the lunches. They're not going to. So that's maybe why you only have 5, if that. People are afraid. So why don't you change your attitude, and maybe people will come to you then.
I did it just a minute, if anybody else decides they want to come on.
How do we get a copy of the policy for communications? The one that was approved?
It's on the website.
Oh, it is now?
Yeah.
When did that get put up? After I emailed you? I'll go check now.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
so seeing that no one else is coming up for public comment, we're going to make a motion to close public comment at 9:35. All in favor? Any opposed? So I'm going to make a motion to move agenda items, unfinished business and new business to take place before agenda item 7. So we have agenda item 8 and agenda item 9, move them so that they are happening before public session, the next public comment. I make a motion to the board to move item 8 and 9 to be present to the public before 7, which provides the public opportunity to comment on those agenda items.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Sorry, you're moving unfinished business and new business before.
Yes. Well, we're not moving it yet.
Right.
We have to vote on it. So roll call, please. Ms. Vogel?
Yes?
Mr. Bauer?
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane?
Yes.
Ms. Christman?
Yes.
Ms. Holstein? Yes. Ms. Bennett?
Abstain.
Did we get everybody? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries. So we're gonna move to, unfinished business. Mr. Capone took care of the first item that I had under here, which was the missing A22. I'd like to make a motion to appoint delegates to the County School Board Association. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? So,
These are typical, sorry. These are typically nominations.
that's what I thought at the reorg meeting, and then I was steered to make it, that it was so we open it for nominations right now, and,
Yeah, you can open it for them. Because if you appoint someone, they may not want to go. That's
Right.
part of the problem.
okay,
So you really want volunteers.
during,
If you don't
perhaps I
want-
should have said during the discussion, I should have said open for nominations, my part.
If you don't have anybody, who wants to accept the nomination, and then you want to appoint, then you can do that.
Okay. So we can,
And for clarification, the reason that those weren't separated out from those of the school boards was because it was all the same, because you didn't have people. That's why that question came up last meeting. That's the answer.
what, I'm sorry, that there is nobody doing it?
That the county and they did it all as one.
So the County School Board Association and the New Jersey School Board Association meet together?
No, they don't meet together. What I'm saying is they were the same people,
Okay.
okay? That's why they were not separated out.
Okay. So do we have anybody that wants to nominate someone for County School Board Association?
Okay, I'm going to nominate Barbara Holstein for the delegate, and for the alternate Denise Vogel.
I'll second. You should, sorry, not to interrupt again, but you should probably do those separately. Alternate
Sure.
and representative.
Okay, I'll nominate Barbara Holstein for the delegate.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Roll call. Ms. Vogel?
Yes?
Mr. Bauer?
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane?
Yes.
Ms. Christman? Yes. Ms. Holstein? Yes. Ms. Bennett? Okay, so we'll make a motion to make an appointment for the delegate to County School Board Association. A second?
Second.
Well, that's the alternate, right?
Yeah, the alternate, I'm sorry,
Okay.
the alternate delegate.
For Denise to be the alternate, I'll make
Pardon
that
me.
motion.
Thank you, Paul.
I'll second it.
And sorry, before you vote, you should ask if there's any other nominations.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to be nominated?
They never do.
Jeff,
Thank you for making sure.
under the circumstance, could a board member self-nominate?
Yeah, you can self-nominate.
Okay. I just want to clarify that for future reference.
So you don't want to nominate yourself?
No.
Okay. Okay, so we have Denise nominated to be the alternate. Can we have a roll call, please? Ms. Vogel? Yes. Mr. Bauer?
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane?
Yes.
Ms. Christman? Yes. Ms. Holstein? Yes. Ms. Bennett? Okay. We also noticed that the representation to the Sussex County Education Service Commission needs to be appointed or nominated. If you could clarify that, Mr. Capone.
I've been occupying that seat. Given the fact that, again, that appointment comes up in June, that's when they reorganize, they're not on the same schedule as we are.
It was something,
Who's the representative then?
I go to those meetings, and I'm on the board of directors currently.
Okay.
so the position is filled at this time?
Yes.
Their reorganization occurs again in the spring.
Okay, so I wanted to update, we've discussed it a little bit before, regarding the hybrid public meeting information that we were looking at for the last meeting. It's gonna, Denise did some research, we provided it to Ms. Radovic, as well as information on the April 20th election. So that would be able to be reviewed prior to the next regular scheduled meeting on the 25th. So just so you know that that's gonna be coming to you. We've already discussed the RFPs, and I guess I just want to clarify, and this is under unfinished business, of course, whether or not both the RFPs went out. You did the food service one, and then the one for the
This is,
training.
the VA will be sending those out. Again, we'll resend the one for legal services, and the other one, again, is currently waiting for the state.
Okay,
for the paperwork.
and then could we also get an update on the memo regarding the lawsuits that Mr. Porzio is handling?
They said they were available for the first meeting in February.
So they will be here at the first regular meeting in February, which is going to be Monday, May 8th.
February?
I'm sorry, I said May 8th. I'm jumping ahead. Wishful thinking. Okay, so does anybody else have anything for unfinished business they'd like to bring up? Okay, moving on to new business. According to Board Policy 9130, for board committees, in order to use time, effort, and expertise of board members of Montague Township Board of Education effectively, the board shall operate under a committee system. There are standing committees that are guided by this policy. The board may authorize the establishment of such standing committees from among its membership as it finds necessary to study operations and make recommendations for board action as such. The standing committees are finance and insurance, personnel, buildings and grounds, transportation, policy and public relations, curriculum, and child study team. There are rules under this policy for establishing the committees. Each committee shall be established through board action of the board. Committee chairpersons and members shall be appointed annually for one-year terms by the board president. Each committee shall be provided with a list of functions and duties. Each committee may make recommendations for board action but may not act for the board. Each committee shall consist of no more than 3 members, one of whom shall be the board president, who shall be an ex officio member of all standing committees. The chief school administrator shall also be an ex officio member of all standing committees. All standing committees shall be dissolved and reconstituted by the board at the annual reorganization meeting, or may be dissolved at any time by a motion of the board. And then the policy goes into special committees, and the board does reserve the right to meet and work as a committee of the whole in discussion, informational, and exploratory sessions. No official action can be taken at those meetings unless so advertised. I'm going to have to refer to some notes that I have. So for finance, so I guess I'm going to do I need to make a motion to establish these committees? I'll take.
Sorry, but I want to be clear on what you're trying to accomplish. So right now, you're operating a committee as a whole. Are you looking to dissolve that?
My understanding is that the board reserves the right to work as a committee, meet and work as a committee of the whole in discussion, informational, and exploratory sessions. There's nothing about this policy that says that standing committees were ever not utilized. And in order to, I think, achieve many of the things that Mr. Capone has identified as problems with the board, as not having goals, not being able to communicate, I think following our board policy and going with standing committees is exactly the direction that we need to take in order to organize ourselves.
And that's fine.
Okay.
The question really is, typically when boards operate with standing committees or committee as a whole, could you do both? I guess it's, I don't know if it's optimal or ideal, but that's your call as board. That's why I'm asking, are you looking to dissolve the committee as a whole instead of create standing committees? It doesn't mean that you can't vote to have a committee as a whole at some point if you wanted to. But you're somewhat kind of obligating yourself to that extra meeting a month, plus having the other standing committees. Does that make sense?
At this point right now, it's my expression that I would like to bring to the board that we move to standing committees.
Okay.
So again, I was asking you if I need to do this by motion.
You should do it by motion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion then.
And
That
Jack,
we, hold on, do discussion when we make the motion, and we can ask him. I make the motion, that we move Montague School Board to a, utilizing standing committees as according to policy 9130. And then I will,
Second.
thank you, Paul. Discussion.
So for context, the reason that they were a board of the whole, okay, that's what's been done recently, was that you had, in 2017, they were both a board of the whole and committees. So they were having 2 meetings a month, plus their committee meetings, okay? And the complaint was transparency from other board members, that some people had information and the other ones didn't. That's how they ended up as a board of the whole, so that everybody was getting information at the same time.
so in other words, well, wouldn't those committees then come back to the board as a whole and discuss information at a workshop or executive session?
I was not part of that. I'm just telling you what
But that can be
the
done.
history was that, again, they were having 2 meetings a month, plus their committee meetings, and all of the same people and the other board members that weren't on the committees complained that they weren't getting getting all the information. Okay, so that's why they moved to board of the whole, so that everybody had all the information at the same time. They maintained the 2 meetings a month because they didn't have committees. So right now on your schedule, you have 2 meetings a month, and with these committees, you'll be going back to doing the same thing. Unless, again, the original schedule was 1 meeting a month because I kind of had a feeling you were going to be moving to committees.
Yeah, that's kind of the purpose of me telling you, that's why boards typically only either have a committee as a whole or standing committees, because there's really no purpose in having standing committees and having a report to the committee as a whole and having them report the same kind of board in another meeting. So you're right in saying that the standing committees typically will do reports and board meetings of the committee meetings.
Exactly. When I was on the board, and I said before, we were a board of committees. We met as committees, and we had 2 meetings a month as a board. We had a regular meeting, and we had a workshop meeting. So we essentially, as a board member, had effectively, if you were on one committee, then you had 3 meetings a month. We don't sign up to get paid, so, you know, we sign up to get, but do I need to also, because we're in discussion, do I have to dissolve a committee as a whole? Because I'm under the impression that according to policy, these committees dissolve at the end of every year and have to be reorganized every beginning of the year.
You're probably technically correct. In an abundance of caution, I would tell you to dissolve it. You always can reconstitute it if you want, just so it's clear for the record what you're doing.
Okay. But we'll continue with the discussion here on going to standing committees and then proceed with that.
If you want to restate the motion, you can restate the motion to say dissolve the committee as a whole and constitute standing committees going forward.
Thank you for the suggestion. So I'll restate the motion, and then Paul, I would guess you would have to amend the motion. So the motion on the floor will be then standing is that the Montague School Board of Education move to standing committees and dissolve the current configuration of Board of the Whole. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and we'll move back into discussion. Does anybody have any questions or discussion about the committees?
So we could try this out, and it's not working, we can always go back.
Yes.
Always a chance.
What'd you say, Joe?
I said, we can try it out for a while, and if it's not working, we can go back to the
We can always reverse.
board of health.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
The appropriate time to make nominations that I would actually put the people on the committees, because that's what it says I have to do.
Yeah,
So would that be now or?
you don't have to do it now. You can do it outside of here. So I don't know how to do that.
They have night committees
Guys are
4 years.
The way we did it, it was just announced at the meeting, the board president just said,
Yeah.
so I'm prepared to do that. If there's no more discussion, can we take a vote on this? Roll call please.
Ms. Vogel?
Yes.
Mr. Ballin?
Yes?
Mr. Brisland?
Yes.
Ms. Christman?
Yes.
Ms. Holstein?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett?
So I'm going to go ahead and take a minute to, if that way, if someone doesn't want to serve on a certain committee, they can certainly.
Barbara, don't we have to now go back to 1930? The motion that I think I just made.
Oh.
Was supposed to dissolve the committee of the whole, and now we have to, reconstitute the board committees.
That was all done.
We did it once,
Okay.
that's why I amended it.
Okay, good.
So for finance and insurance, I'd like to see Dale and Paul with myself and then Mr. Capone.
Mhm.
Personnel, Jen and Danielle. Buildings and grounds, Dale and Paul. Transportation, Dale and Glenn, Mr. Flosky. And if he objects or doesn't want to do that, then we can find someone, I'll pick somebody else. Policy and public relations, Denise and Paul. Curriculum and child study team, Denise and Danielle. And again, all standing committees, actually it says right here, all standing committees should be dissolved and reconstituted by the board annually or dissolved at any time by motion of the board. So that's your particular answer to your question, Dale.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, when we have our committee meetings, then we need to inform both you and Mr. Capone and coordinate schedules?
Yes, you would have to reach out to both of us. And typically what we did when I was on the board before, we met before the board meetings. So we would typically have about a 20-minute meeting or so as a committee, half hour before the board meetings or somewhere there close to the board meetings.
All right, so I should bring you cookies.
I
I'm
can't
joking.
answer that.
Sorry, that was just a little levity.
Okay. So also, so under new business, I wanted to make a motion to ask that the board secretary provide the school report card, federal impact aid report, a critical reference manual, which is the 9,000s, and contracts for the chief school superintendent, the business administrator, and the board secretary to each board member prior to the January 3rd regular board meeting.
February 3rd?
Today's the 13th, so we have next regular meeting on January 23rd.
Okay, oh, you said 23rd?
Yes.
25th.
25th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad, January 25th. And it would just, I would, the board packet. I don't actually know if I had it. Do we have to have a second on it? I made a motion to ask that the board secretary provide these items to the board.
Never hurts. Let's put it that way.
That's exactly what, I'm erring on the side of caution here.
That never hurts to have a second.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to direct the board secretary to provide the following four documents: school report card, federal impact aid report, the critical reference manual to all board members, and the contracts for the CSA, BA, and BS. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Also, Mr. Capone, new business, I was wondering if there is going to be a presentation soon or an update to the board regarding the budget progress report for the 21-22 budget. In reviewing the information from New Jersey school boards, there's supposed to be work already being done on the budget.
Our audit is being presented at the next meeting.
Great, thank you. That concludes new business.
Barbara, I do have a.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. I should say.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion requesting that the chief school administrator email to each Board of Education member all related paperwork, including the full invoice from Kiefer Electric concerning the Montague School power outage on Monday, January 4th. The only question I have, and I'll defer to the public, well, not to the public, but to other board members. My initial request was within the next 48 hours. I don't know if that's appropriate. I'm willing to say within the next 4 business days, but, so I haven't finished my motion, but I'll defer to, I'll say within the next 48 hours, and then I can amend my motion if appropriate.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Paul, I would make a recommendation, to have it really prepared for and submitted with the agenda, and board packet for the next regular meeting on the 25th.
Okay,
Giving time to get the response, and stuff detailed.
So you're basically just changing it rather than within the next 48 hours?
Only if you're willing to amend it.
Oh, sure.
We have the invoice. I mean, I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I'd like-
Email the invoice to the board,
Each of the board members.
and that would be a request that you would be making to the board secretary.
Well, does the invoice indicate the details as they were posted to, I guess it was the school Facebook page?
Yes,
With respect to the bolts and so forth?
yes.
Okay, I just want to see that in writing.
There's pictures too that he took, so.
Well, that's the complete information. I'd like to see the complete information on
But again, I say that it would be the board secretary who can send that to you. Continue with your motion, but.
it. Well, it's my understanding we should direct you to have school personnel actually carry out the request of the board.
The board secretary works directly with the board.
Okay, so it's not gonna be an ethics violation for me to direct my motion to the board secretary.
You could just request it and we can send it too, but have at it with the motion.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go with the motion. Okay, so the motion then, I'll change it, that by the next board meeting, the board secretary shall email to each Board of Education member with the packet for that meeting, all related paperwork, including the full invoice from Kiefer Electric concerning the Montague School power outage on Monday, January 4th.
I'd actually like to also add to that, if possible. I'd like to know what the history of, if there was any history of previous.
Well, that'll be a second
Yeah.
motion, Barbara. I
Okay.
think we don't want to complicate the one motion. We can
That's
have a
fine.
second motion, yeah.
I guess let's review it. So,
Second it.
you second it, by Denise? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, now for the second motion, I'll make a motion that we ask the board secretary to provide a history of this with respect to power outages and so forth. Particularly as someone suggested to me, I believe High Point Electric during the summer did some work. And I'd be curious to know if they did anything as far as reviewing. So that would be part of it. This would be an example of history. If High Point Electric commented at all about this bulk situation.
Correct.
So the motion anyway is to request that the board secretary, before or in conjunction with the next meeting, provide a history of this electrical situation at the school.
There you go. I'll
I'm
second
sorry,
that.
can I just, I think we gotta work on the language a little bit. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
I think you're just asking that the board be provided with a history.
Yes.
That's all you're asking.
Regarding electrical issues with the building.
Yeah, whatever information you're looking for, just direct it to a particular party. The board just wants that information.
Jeff, thank you, and I'll amend my motion to include that suggested word.
And I'll amend my second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Does anybody else have any new business?
I just wanted to make a general statement. I don't think that there's anybody at this table that should be writing about each other on social media. I think it's completely inappropriate. Again, we're all part of a group together. We're supposed to be working together. I understand that doesn't always happen easily. But to be writing about each other on social media, once again, I think is completely inappropriate.
I agree with you. And as part of the New Jersey School Board's offerings, they do a review of our policies. So as we move forward, I'm definitely going to be looking at having a very strong policy on social media, as we do not have one right now that I can find. And what is and is not allowed in the name of the school district. Anybody else have any comments that they'd like to share?
Well, I think if you have children and you need to be aware, you could put your phone on vibrate, have it on your seat or something. I mean, it really isn't.
But she was specifically referring to social media content.
We really shouldn't be texting and everything else while we're at the table.
So you have another issue with phones?
I'm sorry.
You have an issue with the phones as well?
Absolutely.
Again, it's the things that we have to bring up in committee and explore in committee, and as we grow as board members, we'll be able to address them and then bring them to the board as a whole and make decisions going forward that's in the best interest of the school district. Anybody else have any other new business?
I do, and this is more a question for Mark, or possibly with what we're doing here. I would like every board meeting to be recorded. And obviously, since it's being done, it is, so that the secretary can also play it back so she has access to it.
They're recorded, so it's streamed through YouTube. Once the meeting ends, the recording is saved. In the past, we have not been posting them to the website, but the past 3 meetings and moving forward, they'll all be available. If you go to the website, if you go to, I guess it's board, and you drop down, it says recordings. It has audio recordings from the past, then it has current meetings, 2020 and 2021. So they'll be available, and they're not going anywhere unless instructed to take them down.
Okay, thank you.
They are there.
Any other new business?
Well, I'd like to suggest for the next meeting, we take up the concept of virtual meetings. And I personally think that even without COVID-19, the meetings should be virtual. So if somebody wants to actually participate in a meeting, we should follow state law, of course, but hopefully, Mark, if, we can somehow interpret state
That's what I
law.
meant by the hybrid meeting, so we did.
I just gave Donna packets on exactly that I had gotten from JSBA and also from the State Department.
Okay, good.
So that'll be in, she's making copies, and then they'll all receive those as packets. There was something else I did. Oh, also the information on the governor's information concerning moving the meetings or elections to the April 20th meeting, but why that came about and the reasoning for it.
Sorry, I did it again. Sorry about that. Just so we're clear, I know you guys are something.
I said that wrong.
No, I mean, not necessarily. You're looking for an agenda item for next meeting to discuss these topics, so you're asking the superintendent to research those topics and provide.
No, I just asked that the packets be provided so that we could review them, and then we can always.
And I was also referring to the idea of the virtual component to the meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
Just so you're clear, you're asking for an agenda item for next week's meeting, and the superintendent to research that topic and provide you an update.
That would be the ideal, sure.
Okay,
Well,
that's what you're asking.
I anticipate going forward that I'll be collaborating with Mr. Capone on the agenda.
Yeah,
So again, you have a policy currently. Okay?
We're not following.
You are, which is why this is not a virtual meeting. This is not a hybrid meeting. This is an in-person meeting.
Correct.
Okay? That's what this is.
Mhm.
And in order to change that, you need to have a first and a second reading of your policy.
I thought we did that.
No. You've talked.
It was brought up, but
It's been brought up a number of times.
the public is supposed to have access
You have-
right now.
The issue arises, you remember when we talked about this, Paul, is that the way the policy reads was that the public session, the executive session was in person. That's how the policy currently reads, which means there has to be an in-person component there. You cannot be 100% virtual right now based on your policy.
Well,
So, if I can just finish. So you need to have a first and second reading that amends that, if that's something that you want to do. There hasn't been any conversation, okay, the board has not discussed that of saying, we want to change that in order to bring it forward to a first reading. So you can say, we no longer want that to be in person in order to allow this to happen. So again, if the 7 of you decide that that's what you're interested in doing, then that's something that we would then work on that language.
It was worked on last year and it went nowhere.
It didn't go nowhere. You actually passed a policy with a first and second reading, which is how you got a policy to start with. That's how you ended up with this policy. You had a first and second reading.
We need to amend it.
You have to have a first and a second reading.
Well, you told me during one of the meetings last year that was illegal. And you even cited something that we couldn't have because the public allegedly had to be able to see each other or something like that.
That's not true.
Again, there were changes that were made,
In
okay,
November.
there were changes that were made where your policy as it's written, okay, is no longer compliant. So if you remember when Mr. Magno was here, he talked to you about the fact that this is something that there was no guidance.
And he was gonna look into something, and I have yet to hear it from Mr. Committee.
Okay.
Jeff, did you check into that with John? He had committed to looking into this during our previous meeting, and I would like to actively pursue that. No, I realize that, but he did commit to doing some research, so we would be compliant. He was even willing to write the policy or amend the policy that we currently have so that we could have virtual meetings without dragging this thing out for the next 10 years.
On October 13th, the state did, and I gave that to Donna, the state did provide guidance and guidelines that were very specific towards virtual public meetings that allowed for the public aspect of it if we are no longer physically here. It provided for all of those aspects, the public, a board member being ill, not being able to be present, that they would be able to participate fully. It's all in what I gave Donna. And so it's out there. That was October 13th, and it was adopted by the state November 1st. And I checked with Kathy on that, and John.
My point is this, your policy right now says the executive session has to be in person.
Right.
Okay? Because of that, that's a holdup as far as not having the in-person meeting, because you can't have executive sessions, okay, remotely.
Actually, what it does. And we'll read it.
So, but
Because-
this is what I'd like to, okay, so Mr. Capone is correct. Right now.
Your own policy, I'm just trying to use.
Our 9322 policy, which I have here, says that virtual meetings, is under electronic participation in meetings under this section, remote participation by electronic device in closed executive session is prohibited. This is now, there is new guidance out. We have to amend this policy to accept the new guidance. I was under the impression from having attended the meetings that Mr. Rislin is referring to, that Mr. Kamango's office was going to be giving us a policy that would then replace this policy, 9322. And then we would do a first and second reading on the new policy that would be provided. So can I ask that you follow up, and I'm gonna say your name wrong. Should I just say Jeff? Everybody else is. So Jeff, would you be able to follow up on a policy that's coming from your office for this board, has been reviewed by your office, that would bring us up to date on policies? And I guess, basically what you're working on, I'm hoping that it includes both a hybrid type meeting where we are live here in our school for those people who want to come and attend in public, and for ourselves, because this is, until the governor were to say you can, I want to continue live in public meetings. But I also understand that there are people in the public who cannot attend meetings, and also the viewership on these YouTube is very high. So if you have 99 people watching the board meeting outside, and you have 15 people sitting in here, our public participation has increased tenfold. So I think it's really important, and I'd like to have this, if we could, by the 25th, so that we could do a first reading on the 25th.
So you want us to do amendment policy?
Do I need to make a motion and carry this through to business?
Consent to the board, go ahead.
Okay.
Board document, unless I hear no, we'll give you an amended policy. So in advance, if you can review it, so someone can review it. And most importantly, probably here for your technical, review it so they can see we actually do it.
And he's sitting right there.
So we'll have everybody involved. We can get it.
Okay. So I think that kind of handles the.
One other related thing, though, this is
No
a
problem.
really two-part issue.
Go ahead.
The first part is that the public can actively participate virtually. The
That's
second
what we want.
part, which is even nearer and dearer to my heart, to get to a point where we as board members can be 100% virtual. And I know the concern has been executive session, which in my opinion is a matter of life and death. So not
That
to be
is,
too military.
okay. So for instance, and this is a valid point, because as I'm operating myself in a school district that has a hybrid, plan going on now, where kids are in the district part of the day, one day for middle school and high school, they alternate AB days, K to 5 is in school every day. But as they have a hotspot flare up in the school, they may have an entire classroom or an entire bus route quarantine, self-quarantine for 10 to 14 days. So we're constantly changing to accommodate COVID. So if one of us were to get notified that we have to stay home and quarantine, but we want to still participate in the board meeting because we're literally just sitting at home, that is allowed in these newest documents that are coming from Trenton, as well as this is from New Jersey school boards, how to handle board members that need to be attending remote as well. would that be included as well in the, what you're?
If we, and if it's not something you like, just let us know, we can revise it pretty quickly. You know, we obviously do everything for meetings, hybrid, virtual, I do negotiation virtually. So we certainly have mechanisms to do that. We also, I'm sure we can give suggestions. It's like, have learned what works better than others in terms of action technology. So if you're interested in that as well. So.
Okay. All right, so we'll look forward to that on the regular meeting of the 23rd, 5th, sorry. Calendar challenge, 25th. Anything else, Paul?
Nope, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Any other new business? Okay. Being that new business is done, we can move to the second public session. Public comment is invited on all matters pertaining to the school district. All participants shall be permitted 4 minutes to speak and shall state their name, place of address, and the group affiliation if appropriate. Board meetings are a meeting of the public, a meeting of the board conducted in public, not a meeting of the public conducted in the presence of the board. The board uses the public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizens' concerns, but please be aware that not all issues brought to the board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate authority to investigate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. Please let the record reflect that the board does not endorse your comments, nor will the board be held liable for your comments you make about a staff member or other person, or which the staff member or other person be considered defamatory or libelous, as that individual retains all rights to pursue any legal remedies against you. Motion to open public comment at 10:18.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Open for public comment.
Stephanie Guida, 105 Autumn Drive. I had originally wanted to ask you about the public participation from home because I knew the policy had changed. I did want to mention that we had 3 parents who definitely were calling all night long thinking that they could still call in. So I let them know that that's not happening right now, but I think it is important for this policy to get in place as soon as possible. So thank you for that. Now that I can see the 2230, so it looks like it was New Jersey School Board who prepared the control and communication channels and systems policy. My question, I guess, is if somebody on the board, ideally Mr. Capone, could explain how this new policy ties your hands, really. You made a big production on the New Jersey Herald's Facebook page, which also led to you bringing up Danielle and I's past employment. And I think it's important to note that it seems that anything you would normally have done, you can still do. It's just that if it's anything maybe that an other reason as determined by the chief school administrator that is time sensitive and or urgent enough to require immediate community notification, that you might have to go over with the board, but it looks to me like almost any communication is still permitted. This reads very similar to the other district I found that had implemented one. Early dismissal, delayed openings, weather issues, unscheduled school closing, unscheduled reasons, unscheduled cancellation of extracurricular, athletics, school-sponsored events, notification of emerging or ongoing crisis, like a health crisis type situation, there's others listed. So a school facility or school bus malfunction. So I'm not sure how this really limits you and what caused such a outrage about feeling as if you can't communicate now. Maybe somebody can explain to me what we really, it seems pretty reasonable to me, what we put in place here.
I'm just asking, did we really tie his hands at all? I mean, it seems pretty reasonable to me. and maybe the attorney, I don't know how familiar you are with the policy, but it doesn't seem like we're limiting communication in any way that impacts the school negatively. It just seems like we're asking for no bashing of people on social media or calling out board members for their votes.
Is there anybody else for public comment?
Sorry?
Do you want to respond?
Well, she read it right there. It says time sensitive. It's not from informational items, right? So it has to be time sensitive. She listed the things. So all of the things that we did that were informational items are now excluded. And the part she skipped over is the comparisons of things that are accessible, right? Or things like earthquakes, terrorist attacks, and things like that. That would be a right informational or a student risk issue that you would be allowed to use that for. Okay, so that's exactly what it is. So where we used it for informational items, okay?
It says you can
It
still
says that
use
it's only for
newsletters, the website. You can still use all the other methods for informational items. I guess I just don't understand why you're so concerned about it. I feel, it seems to me, and of course I only got to read it, in the past 40 minutes, but it seems to me as if you still have all of the channels available to you, and that the all call should be not used for calling out board member votes. That just seems to me like what it's kind of suggesting. You may choose not to use it and then say that it's because your hands are tied, but to me, I'm just not a lawyer.
This part of the public comment is.
Okay,
Did you want to come back up to the
no, it's okay.
microphone?
It gets the point.
Seeing that no one else is coming in for public comment, motion to close public comment at 10:24.
Motion.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Pardon me? There wasn't? Thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comments closed. I don't believe we need an executive session. Motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Time of adjournment 10:25. Second? All in favor? Any opposed? I don't think so.
Just so I want to show you, okay, so it's only been, I guess, the last.
I can smell like the end of the flag. I didn't see.
Yes, because it starts and then it's, like for the first 15 minutes, it's got like the cap on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can end this, huh?
Thank you, Lauren.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Okay, have a good night.